Daenerys Targaryen felt the warm breeze of the summer sands caress her cheek as she stood at the edge of the Dothraki Sea, the faint curve of distant mountains shimmering in the heat. Her silver-gold hair, braided intricately in the way of the Dothraki, brushed lightly against her shoulders. She could taste the spice of the wind, the promise of 1,000 hoofbeats upon the grass, and something else too, something she could not name. Yet despite her reveries, a hollow ache pressed in her chest, something akin to the weight of unfulfilled destiny. The eggs had not hatched. That truth, stark and undeniable, had come to her like a blade in the night. For all her prayers, her hopes, and the whispered stories of her bloodline's ancient bond with dragons, those eggs remained dull and unresponsive. She had tried everything: heat from the sun, closeness to flame, silent pleas at the new moon. They looked no different than lifeless stones. They were beautiful, yes. Their scales gleamed with faint traces of color beneath torchlight. But they were inert. That was the harsh reality. She had come to Slaver's Bay with the memory of her brother's abuse and the dream of her unborn child, Rhaego, only to find that fate was as unyielding as the ocean that lay across the world from her. The day she had walked into Khal Drogo's pyre with those eggs, her heart alight with both grief and hope, she had been so certain. Certain that the blood of old Valyria would prove itself. Certain that the flames would deliver the miracle she yearned for. She emerged, her hair burned away, her hands blistered from the fire, the bitter taste of ashes in her mouth. No hatchlings greeted her. No living creatures stirred amidst the smoldering charcoal and bone. Only the gray lumps of what she now had to admit were lifeless relics. She did not die. That in itself was a marvel. The flames had kissed her, tested her, but she lived. For a time, she clung to the notion that surviving such a conflagration meant she must be chosen. Yet as the pain of her burned flesh reminded her each morning, she had only proven that she was hard to kill, not that she was the mother of dragons. Though the Khalasar had watched in awe, waiting for the sign of the supernatural, no dragons came. Some believed she was touched by fire, a spirit of the flames. Others claimed her survival was a trick, that perhaps the logs had been soaked, or that the day's wind had changed and diverted the heat. Word spread of her attempt, and opinions among the Dothraki were divided. Many found her fearless or mad, a spirit not to be trifled with. But the absence of dragons meant she was something less than the fabled mother of winged beasts. In the following weeks, she tried again to coax the eggs with smaller fires and ceremonies beneath the stars. She prayed to the gods of the Dothraki, to the 7 her brother scorned, even to the old Valyrian gods whose names she scarcely knew. Nothing happened. The eggs remained stone. The reality was that she was a Khaleesi with diminishing power. She had begun as a frightened girl in a foreign land sold by her brother to Khal Drogo for the promise of an army. Khal Drogo was gone now, taken by a wound and the treacherous illusions of a Magi. Their unborn son was also lost, a heartbreak that cut her to the core. Her only consolation had been the 3 dragon eggs Illyrio Mopatis had gifted her, the wondrous possibility that in them lay a destiny. But with each silent day, her illusions flaked away like charred parchment. She stood by the Dothraki Sea now because it was the last place she had felt the stirrings of possibility. She had parted ways with the majority of Drogo's former Khalasar. They had splintered after his death, following other Khals who promised gold and plunder. She was left with those loyal to her for reasons of devotion or curiosity, or perhaps out of a sense of something akin to pity. Ser Jorah Mormont was at her side, his face dark with concern, bound to her out of love or guilt or a complex entanglement of both. A handful of Dothraki riders and servants remained. Some, like Aggo and Rakaro, stayed out of a fierce desire to protect the woman who had once eaten the raw heart of a stallion without flinching, the woman they called Daenerys Stormborn. Others lingered because she fed them, promised them shelter. She could almost hear Viserys in her memory mocking her for her failures, calling her a child. But the man who had sold her for an army was long dead, a victim of his own arrogance. The Targaryen name had once commanded fear and respect across the known world. Now it was but a whisper borne by a young woman bereft of the dragons that might have restored its power. Khaleesi, came a voice behind her. She turned to see Jorah, his strong arms crossed, his expression torn between sympathy and careful reserve. "We should move on. There is nothing left here but memories." Yes, she said softly, her gaze drifting to the horizon. She realized how cruel that statement was, for the place held more than memories, it was the cradle of her highest hope. And yet, there was no denying they needed food, direction, a plan. We ride at dawn. And so they rode, away from the vacant pyre and the hush of unfulfilled promise. They rode eastward, following the vague recollections Yora had of certain trade routes that might yield supplies or allies. Her intention was to find some city, any city where she could gather strength. But as the days wore on and the desert gave way to rolling plains, Daenerys felt an uncertainty gnawing at her heart. Would she simply become a wandering exile? Was she to chase illusions of queenship forever? They passed small villages, humble settlements near half-dried rivers, and occasionally encountered Dothraki scouts who cared little for a khalasar numbering less than 50 riders. Each time they were spared open conflict, but Daenerys felt the precariousness of her position. She was a guest in this land only by the mercy of chance and the memory some riders had of the mighty Khal Drogo, for whom she had once carried a precious son. If ever they encountered a stronger Khal or a band of Sellswords, her little group might be overwhelmed. Ser Jorah tried to reassure her, reminding her of the uncertain times in Westeros. The old king, Robert Baratheon, was rumored to have died. That meant turmoil, potential conflict among the great houses, and perhaps, if fortune favored her, an opening for the return of a Targaryen claimant. But she had no illusions. A claimant without dragons or a fleet or gold was a beggar queen at best, a curiosity at worst. She recalled Illyrio Mopatis's wealth and cunning, how he'd spoken of alliances in Pentos. Perhaps that was the direction she should take. Find passage on a ship, gather allies, and hope the winds of fate would guide her. Yet the idea of leaving Essos, where at least she understood the languages, the custom, and had a small measure of loyalty among these Dothraki, made her tremble. Westeros was a land of stone keepers who had hunted her family to near extinction. She had never set foot there, never smelled the roses of Highgarden or the salty wind of the north. All she knew were her brother's bitter stories and her own father's dark legacy. The thought of returning to the place that had scorned her and her lineage seemed both exhilarating and terrifying. She kept the eggs close. Sometimes at night, when everyone else slept, she would hold one in her arms as though it were an infant. She would run her palm gently over the cool scales, feeling for the faintest flicker of warmth. There was none. If she listened to it with her ear pressed close, if she let her imagination drift, she could almost believe there was a heartbeat, but she knew it was only the sound of her own blood throbbing in her ears. A part of her whispered that she should discard them, lighten her load, and free herself from the constant torment of what might have been. But she could not. They were her last connection to the grandeur of House Targaryen, and she would not abandon them. In time, they reached the outskirts of the great city of Qohor, where black walls and austere watchtowers loomed in the distance. Qohor was known for its worship of the Black Goat, its dark forests, and its famed smiths. They approached cautiously, unsure of the city's tolerance for a small Dothraki band. Yet, Qohor being a hub of commerce, the gates were open during daylight and travelers passed in and out. Daenerys's retinue drew curious stares, especially the handful of Dothraki riders. The city guard eyed them warily, but thus far no swords were drawn. She found a cramped inn near the edge of the city, the kind that catered to Sellswords and itinerant peddlers. The city was filled with the pounding noise of forges, and the air smelled of iron and smoke. With only a modest purse of coins salvaged from the remnants of Drogo's khalasar, they rented a cluster of small rooms. Ser Jorah took one, Daenerys another. The Dothraki slept in the yard with the horses, as was their preference. The sight of them lulled her to a fragile sense of security that night. In the darkness, she pondered her next steps. She thought about ships bound for Pentos or Volantis, about the possibility of making her way to Lys. Perhaps she could sell one of the eggs. The thought made her heart lurch, but the coins from a single dragon egg would buy a small army, or so Illyrio had once said. But the words that rose in her memory were her own. They were my children. How could she part with them? Yet how could she continue to starve and scramble for meager lodging? The idea tormented her, and she tossed on the straw-filled mattress until the small hours, never finding true rest. A week passed in Qohor, and in that time she came to learn a few crucial truths. The city was hardly a place for her to gain allies. The Qohoric worshipped their strange god with blood sacrifices, and their famed mercenaries, the Unsullied, were trained in Astapor, far to the south. Here, she might find a smith to rework her Khal Drogo's arak into some symbolic blade, but what good would that do? The city's authorities regarded her only as one more foreigner with a handful of savage riders at her back. She stayed because she had nowhere else to go, trapped in a limbo between illusions of power and the reality of her empty coffers. In that time, a rumor reached her. It seemed that across the narrow sea, King Robert Baratheon was dead. His heir, a boy of dubious parentage, now sat the Iron Throne. Some said the boy was born of incest between the queen and her brother, terrible rumors that sowed chaos across the Seven Kingdoms. When Daenerys heard that name, Baratheon, she recalled how Robert had once ordered the deaths of all Targaryen children. And she recalled too that this new boy king had just as much reason to fear the last Targaryen. A shiver ran through her. If she ever managed to land on Westerosi shores, she would find herself in a realm embroiled in civil war. Chaos can be an opportunity, Ser Jorah reminded her as they sat near the inn's hearth. When the lions and the wolves and the stags are tearing at each other, a dragon might slip in. She rested her palm on one of the eggs nestled in her lap. She had taken to carrying one with her, letting the others remain safely locked in a chest in her room. She thought of what it would mean to appear in Westeros as a Targaryen with no dragons. A dragon might slip in, she murmured, but might be devoured all the same, without wings or fire. Jorah had no easy answer. When she ventured into the market, she took in the swirl of colors, the clang of the smiths, the murmuring Qohoric prayers, and she felt a mounting sense of frustration. She wanted to do something to change her fortunes, to seize destiny by the throat, but everything seemed beyond her grasp. She was alone in a sea of foreign faces, few of whom cared about her claim to a distant throne. She might have remained in that half-stupor of indecision were it not for a bold intrusion into her life. One hot afternoon, as she examined bolts of cloth in the market, clothing for some of her Dothraki followers who still wore the tattered remains of their old Khalasar garb, a thin man with sharp features appeared beside her, speaking in a lilting accent. He introduced himself as Prendel of Lys, a captain of the Sellsword company known as the Bright Banners. He eyed her white hair, the regal tilt of her chin, and recognized her, or so he claimed, as Daenerys Targaryen, the last heir of a once great dynasty. She stiffened, prepared to dismiss him, but he held up a hand and spoke quietly. "I know you are no beggar, queen," he said, his voice low and cunning. "I know you have those dragon's eggs, and I wonder if you might consider an arrangement." Her heart pounded. She wanted to deny everything, but she saw in his eyes that it was pointless. Word traveled swiftly in a city like Qohor, especially about valuable curiosities. She found it in herself to speak calmly. "I do not sell my children." Prendel laughed, though not unkindly. "Such devotion. But is it not said that mothers will do anything to protect their children? Even give one up if it means saving the others?" She glared at him. "I will not part with my eggs. If that is all, be on your way." But Prendel lingered. "My lady, do not be rash. The world knows the Targaryens once had dragons, and you have these priceless artifacts. You cannot deny it, yet you have only a handful of warriors to protect them. My Sellswords are 300 strong. Our commander is in search of a new contract, and we would be most delighted to relieve you of any burdens in exchange for our service. Think on it, gold for your cause, or if you like, the might of our arms to guard you wherever you travel." She let out a breath. The last thing she wanted was to make a deal with a Sellsword who might cheat or betray her. On the other hand, her group had grown desperate. "Why come to me? You could find a wealthier patron." He nodded, stepping closer so no one could overhear. "Indeed. But we see an opportunity in you." "A Targaryen? That name once shook thrones. Some in my company believe it can do so again. We think you might plan to sail west and claim your birthright, perhaps even take advantage of this chaos in the Seven Kingdoms." Daenerys studied him. He was a hawk-nosed man with a glint in his eye that suggested ambition rather than pure greed. She wondered if he was merely toying with her. "And you would want an egg as payment?" Prendel shrugged. "1, 2, enough to ensure our services. We can wait until you claim your throne to receive final payment. An entire region's worth of wealth, perhaps, but an egg or two now would show us you are genuine. If you will not sell, perhaps you will barter. Let us help you. We can double the size of your retinue overnight. With 300 swords at your back, your name would carry some weight. You might even secure ships in the free cities more readily." Her heart hammered at the notion. She had always feared losing the eggs, but part of her recognized the sense in it. 300 swords could help her carve out a foothold or at least protect her from roving Dothraki. But to surrender an egg felt akin to losing a child. The conflict raged in her mind. Could she truly claim the throne without giving something up? "Leave me," she said, her voice trembling. "I must think on this." Prendel bowed graciously, slipping back into the swirl of marketgoers. She stared at the cloth she had been examining, her mind churning. That night, she told Ser Jorah of the encounter. He listened gravely, knuckles white around the hilt of his sword, and said, "They will betray you at the first chance if they sense weakness." But it's true that a Sellsword company would offer us protection. We are far too few as we are. How can I part with an egg? She asked, tears burning at the corners of her eyes. They're the last of my heritage. They are everything. Yora regarded her gently. They are precious. But a queen must often make sacrifices for her people or for her ambitions. Think carefully, my queen. If the eggs are no more than stone, then perhaps they are not truly children. That observation stung because it pierced to the heart of her denial. She had wanted so desperately for them to be living. But if they were not, and it seemed they were indeed nothing but lifeless relics, what were they worth beyond money and the memory of a lost age? Yet she could not bring herself to decide on the spot. Another week passed. She made no pact with Prendel. She made no decision to leave Qohor or stay. Each day, she felt a creeping sense of paralysis as though her fate were slipping away from her. She took long rides beyond the city walls, accompanied by her Dothraki bloodriders. The eastern horizon called to her, the open road beckoned, but her responsibilities weighed heavily on her heart. She had mouths to feed, souls who looked to her for guidance. A queen, she thought bitterly, in rags and dust. One morning, she awoke to the sound of frantic voices in the inn's courtyard. She scrambled from her bed, flung open the shutters, and saw half a dozen of her Dothraki in a tense standoff with half a dozen men in mismatched armor, clearly Sellswords. Among them stood Prendel, wearing a patient expression. Daenerys flew down the stairs, ignoring Yora's call for caution, and burst outside. "What is this?" Prendel inclined his head politely. "My apologies, my lady. I merely came to parley. Some of your warriors took offense at our presence." Her Dothraki bloodriders scowled. One of them, Ricardo, spat on the ground. "They threatened the Khaleesi," he growled. "Did he threaten me?" Daenerys demanded, eyeing Prendel. The Lysine man raised his hands in a show of peace. "No, I swear by the gods old and new. I only sought an audience. The time for negotiation grows short, my lady. We have been offered a contract by a merchant caravan heading north. They promise fair coin if we escort them through the forests of Qohor. But we would rather serve you if you so desire." Daenerys felt Yora's presence at her shoulder, reassuring yet fraught with worry. She understood that if she refused this last offer, the Sellswords would depart and her chance for ready steel might vanish. If she accepted, she would be bound to them, forced to part with an egg or promise them a ransom she might never pay. She found her mind darting from one possibility to another. Biting her lip, she took a step forward. "You want one of my eggs as security, correct?" Prendel gave a slow, almost regretful nod. "One now, my lady. And if you eventually claim Westeros, you would owe us more. But I assure you, we will keep our end of the bargain. We are the Bright Banners. We may not have the name of the Golden Company or the Unsullied, but we are loyal when well paid." For a long moment, Daenerys could not speak. She felt as though she stood on a knife's edge, her entire future at stake. Then she thought of the hungry faces of her riders, the uncertainty of a precarious existence in the wilds, the unstoppable fear that she was floundering with no direction. She had once walked into fire because she believed her destiny was to bring dragons back into the world. That dream was ashes now. What was left, if not practicality? She drew a trembling breath. "Swear fealty to me, Prendel of Lys, to me and to House Targaryen. Swear you will not betray me or suffer the wrath of the gods." Prendel knelt with a flourish, pressing a gloved fist to his chest. The men behind him copied the gesture, though less gracefully. "We swear by steel and blood," he said solemnly. She swallowed, her throat tight. "Then, Ser Jorah will retrieve one egg for you. But know this, if you dare to cross me, if you take my egg and run, I will find you and you will rue the day you were born." Prendel rose, offering a thin smile. "We would expect nothing less from a Targaryen." Before her nerve failed her, she motioned to Jorah. Her knight, hesitant and grim, disappeared inside. Moments later, he re-emerged with a black chest. Daenerys knelt, opened it, and selected the egg with the color she found the least entrancing, a greenish one, flecked with dull gold. Even so, it was splendid under the morning sun, its scales like polished jewels. Her hands shook as she lifted it. She had carried it across the red waste, wept over it, placed it in Khal Drogo's pyre. Now she was giving it away. She held it out, her voice faltering. "Only one," she repeated. "Guard it well." Prendel accepted it carefully, almost reverently. "Our company will be ready on the morrow. We shall follow you wherever you lead." He departed, leaving Daenerys shaking and breathless. She felt hollowed out, as if she had lost more than just an egg, she had lost another piece of herself. Later that day, she locked herself in her room, clutching the remaining 2 eggs. She whispered to them, tears slipping down her cheeks, feeling an inexplicable guilt as though she had betrayed them. She cried until she could cry no more, and when she emerged, she was resolved. They left Qohor as a larger, more impressive host, her handful of Dothraki, the bright banners under Prendel, and Ser Jorah at her right hand. Passing through the Black Gates, Daenerys rode at the head of this newly forged alliance, her posture poised. People looked on, some with curiosity, others with apprehension. She held her chin high, refusing to show the heartbreak that lingered within. She had to embrace this new path. She had traded a dream for an army, and there was no turning back. She guided them southeast, away from the deep forests, heading for the great road that led toward the free cities near the coast. It would be a long journey, but she intended to reach Pentos eventually. Illyrio Mopatis might offer a safer haven than any she could find by wandering aimlessly in the interior. He had once assisted her and Viserys, providing them with a roof and financial backing. Now, with 300 Sel's words, she might command more respect. Surely Illyrio would see her as an even more valuable investment. The roads proved perilous. Brigands roamed the countryside, taking advantage of the turmoil in the region, especially as news of the wars in Westeros reached Essos. But the bright banners did not flinch at confrontation. They engaged marauders swiftly, cutting them down with brutal efficiency. Daenerys watched with a mixture of relief and horror. The Sel's words did protect her, but they were not knights. Mercy was not in their repertoire. Sometimes, in the aftermath, she would see the bodies of those who had resisted them, and she would wonder if she had made a bargain with monsters. Yet she could not deny that she felt safer behind their ranks. Prendel, for his part, was civil enough, though Daenerys could sense his constant calculation. He would smile and flatter her, occasionally asking after the fate of the other 2 dragon eggs. She guarded them fiercely, never letting them out of her sight for long. She did not trust him not to attempt to steal them all. At night, she tried to sleep in her tent, but the rustling of the canvas and the distant crackle of campfires set her nerves on edge. She would hold one of her remaining eggs to her breast, pressing her ear to it, imagining some spark, some faint crack that might herald life. But the egg remained mute and cold. Sometimes she found herself cursing the day she had walked into the pyre. If she had not tried, had not hoped, perhaps she would not feel this ache of failure. They passed the city of Norvos, forging onward. Ser Jorah had insisted they avoid lingering in large cities where local lords might try to conscript or bribe the Sel's words away from her. Instead, they would make for Pentos with only short stops for supplies. Daenerys grew weary of the road, of the jolting of her mare, of the dust that clung to her hair. Yet she pressed on, reminding herself that she was the blood of the dragon, even if no dragons walked beside her. After weeks of hard travel, they neared Pentos. The squat towers of the city rose in the distance, and Daenerys felt a swell of strange nostalgia. The last time she had been here, she was a timid girl, overshadowed by her brother's threats and Illyrio Mopatis's whispered offers. Now she returned as a widow, a woman who had lost a child, a queen without a throne. Yet she was stronger than before circumstances had forced her to be. News traveled ahead of them. By the time they reached Illyrio's manse, the corpulent magister stood at the gates in person, his many-chinned face molded into a wide grin. He bowed deeply when she arrived, offering her the courtesies of Pentoshi tradition. "My dear Daenerys," he proclaimed, "I have watched the skies for your arrival. It is an honor to host you once more." She dismounted and inclined her head, trying to maintain a regal bearing. "It is kind of you to welcome me, Magister. I come with my people, hoping we might find common cause." Illyrio's gaze flicked over the bright banners, who formed a ragged line behind her, their banners fluttering in the sea breeze. He lifted a brow. "Common cause indeed. You appear to have grown quite influenced since last we spoke." Daenerys did not miss the gleam of calculation in his eyes, akin to Prendel's but tempered by Illyrio's practiced veneer of courtesy. She wondered how these 2 cunning men would interact. For now, Illyrio led her inside, leaving his servants to manage the logistics of housing or feeding so many Sel's words. She was grateful to feel cool marble beneath her feet, to shed her dust-stained cloak and partake in a bath. She almost sobbed at the sensation of warm water on her skin. When she emerged, dressed in a simple gown of pale blue that Illyrio's servants provided, she found him awaiting her in a lavish sitting room. Trays of fresh fruit and spiced wine lay upon a table of polished ebony. Soft cushions had been scattered around for comfort. He gestured for her to sit, and she did, though she remained upright, her spine tense. "It seems you have had many adventures, my dear," he said, sampling a fig with obvious relish. "You must tell me all. I had heard rumors of your attempt with the pyre and the dragon eggs." The mention of it made her chest tighten. "Rumors spread quickly," she managed, keeping her tone neutral. Illyrio nodded solemnly. They say you walked into fire and lived. Such tales often grow in the telling. But you are clearly not burned to a crisp, so some part must be true. Daenerys clasped her hands in her lap. I did not die, no, but there were no dragons. He studied her face, his own expression unreadable. I see. Pity. And yet, you live and you command a small host. That is significant progress compared to the day you first arrived in Pentos as a frightened girl. She managed a tight smile. I aim to do more than exist. I want my throne. And to claim it, I need ships, alliances, gold. Ah! Illyrio purred, setting down his figure. Indeed, the Iron Throne. It is said that King Robert is dead and that the realm is in chaos. Perfect timing, in theory. But you are not the only claimant, dear child. There is war among the great houses. The young wolf in the north, the lions in the west, the Tyrells in the south. Even the Greyjoys have stirred. So many armies, so many swords. Westeros is bathed in blood. He painted a picture of turmoil with casual ease, as though describing a new tapestry he had acquired. Daenerys felt her pulse quicken. Then it is the perfect time to strike. Perhaps, Illyrio conceded. But you have, what, 300 sellswords and a handful of Dothraki? You would need a fleet to cross the narrow sea, and that alone requires a fortune. Then you would need allies among the lords of Westeros. Some might rally to the dragon banner if they believe you can triumph, but many will not. And as you say, there are no dragons to tip the scales. She looked away, fighting a surge of anger. She had come here hoping to find a path, but Illyrio's words only reminded her of how fragile her position still was. I have 2 eggs left, she said almost bitterly. I sold the third, in a sense, to gain the swords that protect me now. I would not part with another. Illyrio's eyes sparked with interest. But you still have them. Eggs are a rarity beyond words, even lifeless ones. And perhaps you need not part with one. You might use them as leverage to secure a loan or the promise of them to secure a powerful alliance. She frowned. I will not surrender them. Of course, he said smoothly, lifting his hands. I only advise you to be aware of the possibilities. Now, about ships and alliances, there are men in Pentos who would be delighted to back you for a price. The question is, what do you have that they truly desire? Daenerys felt her frustration simmer. I have a name. I have a bloodline. I can promise them trade privileges should I wear the crown. He smiled knowingly. Some might find that enticing, yes. But they will want surety. She closed her eyes, recalling her brother's endless boasting and threats, how he had tried to secure an army by offering her body to Khal Drogo. Now she found herself in a similar predicament, forced to barter away the intangible and the precious in exchange for a chance at power. The cycle repeated. For weeks, she remained in Illyrio's manse, engaging in half a dozen fruitless meetings with potential financiers and merchants. They eyed her with a mixture of intrigue and skepticism, demanding terms that made her blanch. One merchant prince wanted exclusive rights to dragon eggs that might be born from any future brood, a ludicrous notion, as if the eggs she possessed were guaranteed to hatch. Another demanded marriage to her, a leering old man with stained teeth, claiming that such a union would seal any alliance. She refused them all, at times slamming her fist on the table or storming out in anger. Prendel grew restless, reminding her that his men needed coin, that they did not linger forever without pay. As time wore on, she felt an intensifying sense of futility. What if she spent all her days chasing the dream of Westeros only to end up in exile till the end of her life? Her strength was a facade. She commanded a band of cutthroats whose loyalty depended on the prospect of gold. She had 2 eggs that would never come to life. She had a name, but the world was full of people with names. In the midst of this gloom, Ser Jorah did his best to buoy her spirits. He reminded her that she was still young, still learning. Queenship is not seized in a single day, he told her one evening as they walked in Illyrio's manicured gardens under the glow of torchlight. The lords of Westeros have not yet seen what you can do. You survived the Dothraki Sea, survived a pyre. Whether there are dragons or not, you are extraordinary. You must believe that. She tried to find solace in his words, but the memory of Khal Drogo's death weighed upon her, the lifeless egg she had parted with, the child she never had. So much pain and disappointment. She wondered if she might be cursed, if the doom that visited her father's madness and her brother's cruelty would claim her as well. Then, one day, a messenger arrived at Illyrio's manse, bringing news from Westeros. King Joffrey had executed Lord Eddard Stark. The North had declared independence, naming Robb Stark their king in the North. Word of multiple claimants to the Iron Throne reached Pentos, Stannis Baratheon, Renly Baratheon, each brother crowning himself. War erupted across the Seven Kingdoms, alliances forming and shattering with the turn of seasons. Daenerys heard all this and felt an odd flicker of hope. The realm was as divided as it could be, with the Lannisters enthroned at King's Landing, yet threatened on all sides. If ever there was a time to return and press a Targaryen claim, surely it was now. But how? She had no illusions that 300 Sellswords could conquer 7 warring kingdoms. She needed thousands. The question was, how to muster them? That evening, Illyrio paid her a visit, his face alight with some private excitement. He carried a sealed parchment in his hand. "My dear Daenerys," he said, "I have just received an intriguing letter. Varys, the master of whisperers in King's Landing, is an old friend of mine. He has written to me privately, though I suspect it took a circuitous route." He lowered his voice. "He suggests that certain lords in Westeros, discontented with the Lannisters, might be open to supporting a Targaryen restoration. They merely require assurance that your cause is viable." Her heart soared with cautious optimism. "And what assurance do they ask for?" "Men, arms, and the show of a dragon." Illyrio's tone was wry. "A pity, that last part." She tensed. "I have no dragons to show." "Indeed not." He sighed, sinking into a velvet-cushioned chair. "But if you could demonstrate power in some other way, perhaps by subjugating a rebellious region in Essos or forging an impressive alliance, it might sway these doubters. They want to see your strength." Daenerys stared at the flickering candle on the nearby table. Strength. She needed to prove it. Conquest, perhaps? But what region could she conquer with 300 Sellswords and a handful of Dothraki? She thought of Slaver's Bay, that distant corner of the world. Astapor, Yunkai, Meereen? She recalled hearing of their wealth and their slave armies. If she could topple one city, prove her might, perhaps the rest of the region would take notice. Yet the idea of more war sickened her. She had seen enough of bloodshed among the Dothraki. Still, if establishing herself as a conqueror would open the gates to Westeros, she might have no choice. Perhaps she could set the slaves free or do some measure of good in the process. The notion sparked in her something that felt almost righteous. When she mentioned it to Ser Jorah, he nodded thoughtfully. "Astapor is rumored to be wealthy but poorly defended, aside from the Unsullied they train. But to buy Unsullied, you would need gold. More than we have." She grimaced. "I do not wish to buy them. I wish to claim them. If I can break the power of the good masters in Astapor, I might gain the loyalty of the Unsullied. They might follow me freely." Prendel scoffed when he heard the plan. "Astapor is a fortress. Despite the illusions, there are more slaves than we have Sellswords, and their masters have deals with Yunkai and Meereen. Even if we break the city, the other slaver cities would unite against us." Daenerys's jaw set stubbornly. "We need an army. If we cannot buy one, we take one. The Unsullied are famed for their discipline and skill. They could make the difference in Westeros." Her Sellswords shared uneasy glances. They were not eager to go to war for a city so far from Pentos, with no immediate profit. But she reminded them of the prize. The spoils of Astapor's wealth, the chance to carve out a territory. She promised them that if they succeeded, the gold of the good masters would be theirs, and eventually, the spoils of Westeros as well. In Illyrio's courtyard, Daenerys stood beneath the great pillars, addressing the bright banners in a clear, ringing voice. "Come with me to Astapor," she called. "Help me win the Unsullied. The city's gold and treasures will be yours. We will forge an army that can topple kings and make lords bow. I will not rest until I claim the Iron Throne of Westeros. Follow me, and your names will go down in legend." The men shouted assent, though some with more enthusiasm than others. Prendel studied her, stroking the pommel of his sword, but eventually gave a curt nod. Perhaps he saw a chance for riches. Perhaps he was simply enjoying the prospect of another conquest. Daenerys swallowed her fear. Was she truly prepared to embark on this path of war? She had no illusions that taking Astapor would be easy. She had never led a siege before, never commanded any army larger than her ragged band. But the alternative, inaction, was unthinkable. And so, within a fortnight, Daenerys Stormborn set sail from Pentos, accompanied by 300 Sellswords, her loyal Dothraki, Ser Jorah Mormont, and a scattering of new Pentoshi recruits enticed by the promise of plunder. Illyrio arranged a modest fleet of 6 ships, enough to transport her host and their horses, in exchange for a promissory note that offered him trade benefits if she succeeded in her conquests. She left behind the manse with mixed feelings, uncertain if she would ever return. The city's spires receded into the distance, and she stood at the prow of the lead ship, letting the salt spray wash across her face. In the cabin below decks, the 2 remaining eggs lay wrapped in cloth. She visited them each evening, touching their cold surfaces, whispering the old Valyrian lullabies she had once heard in the Red Waste. No stirring answered her. Yet, in a fit of sorrow, she sometimes found herself cursing them under her breath, for not hatching, for not granting her the wings she needed. But she always ended those moments by cradling them tenderly, an apology on her lips. The voyage was stormy at times, but eventually they skirted Valyria's southwestern coast, still a place of ominous legends, and navigated the waters near the Isle of Cedars. The sailors muttered superstitions about the ghosts of old Valyria, about giant krakens that lurked in the deep, but Daenerys was too consumed by her own fears to heed them. Each day brought them closer to Slaver's Bay, and each day she questioned herself anew. When they finally arrived at the port of Astapor, Daenerys gazed upon the great brick walls and the pyramid-like architecture rising beyond. The city's harbor was abuzz with slave ships, merchants, and foreign envoys. The sun beat down on red sandstone, painting the skyline a fiery hue. She saw hundreds of slaves toiling under guard, carrying goods, cleaning decks, sweating under the lash. The sight made her stomach twist. Prendel and Ser Jorah joined her on the deck. "How do we proceed?" Prendel asked, eyeing the impressive fortifications. "We can't simply announce our intention to take the Unsullied by force. They'll shut the gates and turn us away." Jorah stroked his beard. "Often, potential buyers come to negotiate. They display wealth or promises of wealth. Perhaps we can gain entry under the guise of purchasing Unsullied." Daenerys considered the idea. "So we deceive them, gain entrance, then strike from within?" Prendel nodded grimly. "It's one possibility. But be warned, the good masters have guards, whips, and possibly alliances with other cities. Once they realize the ruse, we'll have a fight on our hands in the streets. It could get bloody." She stared at the rising pillars of Astapor, imagining the suffering hidden behind those walls. If she could free the slaves, if she could rally the Unsullied to her cause. Her heart pounded with a fervor that surprised even her. She had known slavery in all but name, under Viserys' cruelty, and she had witnessed the subjugation of entire peoples under the Dothraki. She wanted this to be different. She wanted to break chains, not just claim them. With a determined nod, she said, "We'll approach as buyers. They will see we have coin and means. Once inside, we'll assess the ire defenses. When the moment is right, we strike." Her words muttered among themselves, uncertain. They had come for gold, not for an idealistic crusade. But she promised them a portion of Astapor's plunder in addition to any advantage the Unsullied could bring. For now, that appeased them. Thus did Daenerys Targaryen step onto the dock of Astapor under a false banner of trade. She wore her finest silks, a turquoise gown that complemented her pale hair, and carried herself like a queen. Prendel walked by her side, playing the part of her captain of guards, while Ser Jorah and a retinue of 6 Sells-Words flanked her with stern faces. The rest remained aboard the ships or set up a makeshift camp just outside the harbor. The city guards watched their procession warily but allowed them entrance once Daenerys proclaimed herself a wealthy buyer seeking the famed Unsullied. Beyond the gates, Astapor's heat pressed upon them like a living thing. Narrow streets twisted between tall brick buildings, and everywhere slaves scurried, heads bowed, wearing collars of metal or leather. Overseeing them were overseers with whips and clubs, their eyes hard. Some paused to gawk at the new arrivals, especially the strange woman with hair the color of moonlight. They were led to a courtyard overshadowed by a massive statue of a harpy, a twisted creature with a woman's face and bird-like features. Waiting there was one of the good masters, a plump man with skin slick from sweat, flanked by guards and a translator. He greeted them with fawning courtesy, bowing and smiling. Daenerys introduced herself simply as Daenerys of House Targaryen, though she did not elaborate on her claim to any throne. The good master, whose name was Grazdan Mo Euler, eyed her with a mixture of curiosity and condescension. Through his translator, he extolled the virtues of the Unsullied, their discipline, their fearlessness, their absolute obedience. As he spoke, Daenerys scanned the courtyard, taking note of guard positions, choke points, the narrow alleyways leading in and out. She did her best to appear impressed by the Unsullied's reputation, feigning interest in purchasing 2,000 of them. Grasden prattled on about the cost, the training regimen, how each Unsullied was made to kill a newborn slave to prove his detachment. Daenerys felt her stomach churn at the coldness of it. She feigned a smile, though inwardly she vowed to destroy these men. Ser Jorah stepped closer, pretending to confer with her about the price, speaking in the common tongue so the good master could not understand. "They have many guards," he whispered, "armed with spears, whips, and swords. We should plan an assault in the dead of night, seize the armory first if we can." She nodded slightly, her gaze never leaving Grasden's smug features. "And the Unsullied themselves? If the alarm is sounded, they may be commanded to fight us. We'll need to break the good master's hold on them. Possibly kill their overseers before they can give the order. If we succeed, the Unsullied might stand idle, uncertain who their new master is. Or perhaps they'll turn on us." She set her jaw. "We must take that risk." They let Grasden lead them on a tour of a nearby barracks where ranks of Unsullied stood motionless under the baking sun. Thousands of eyes stared ahead, never flinching at the flies that crawled on their shaven scalps. Daenerys felt an urge to weep at this spectacle of dehumanization, but she swallowed her emotion. She had to remain composed to see how best to free these men. That night, she and Ser Jorah made their plans. The Sellswords would infiltrate the city in small groups disguised as laborers or buyers. Once darkness fell, they would converge on key positions: the armory, the main gate, the guard towers. Daenerys would remain with a small escort near the barracks, waiting for a signal to approach. They would eliminate any good masters or overseers in their path, sending a clear message that the old regime was broken. Then, if the Unsullied remained passive, they would be offered freedom and, if they chose, the chance to serve Daenerys Targaryen of their own will. Prendel and his bright banners were promised the plunder of the good master's houses and vaults. Daenerys didn't pretend to like it, but she needed their cooperation and zeal. She prayed it would be enough to overwhelm Astapor's defenses quickly before word could reach Yunkai or Meereen and bring reinforcements. The operation began under a moonless sky. Daenerys stood by a deserted corner near the barracks, cloaked in gray to blend with the gloom. Her heart hammered as she waited for the faint sound of steel on stone, the signal. Time crawled. She recalled another night, long ago, when she stood beside Khal Drogo's pyre, waiting for a miracle. That miracle had not come. Tonight, she did not wait for miracles, she waited for the violence she had orchestrated. Suddenly, a distant clang. She stiffened. Hoofbeats and shouts echoed off the brick walls. Firelight flickered, signaling chaos within. Ser Jorah drew his sword. "It's begun," he whispered. They moved swiftly, a dozen Sellswords at their backs. Daenerys clutched the hilt of a small dagger. She was no warrior, but she would defend herself if needed. The city that had been eerily still just hours before was now alight with alarm bells. Rushing through the streets, they saw Astapori guards staggering from their barracks, half-dressed and disoriented. Prendel's men fell upon them mercilessly. A few slaves, emboldened by the chaos, turned on their overseers, grappling them to the ground. Screams and the crack of whips cut through the dark. Near the main guard tower, they found the armory gates forced open by the Sellswords. The guards lay dead or dying, and weapons of all sorts spilled onto the ground. Prendel emerged, splattered with blood, a wild gleam in his eye. "The city is ours for the taking," he roared. "Where next, my queen?" Daenerys had never been called my queen by him before. She shivered at the dark triumph that laced his voice. "The Unsullied," she said urgently. "We must free them before the good masters can command them to act." They swept toward the Unsullied barracks. The courtyard that had been so orderly by day was now a battlefield. Overseers screamed orders, but Prendel's men were everywhere, cutting them down. The ranks of Unsullied stood uncertain, their stoic faces betraying confusion. Daenerys rushed past fallen bodies, ignoring the stench of blood. She saw one overseer still alive, brandishing a whip and screaming for the Unsullied to kill the invaders. The eunuchs hesitated, waiting for the command to be repeated, their training at war with the chaos around them. Ser Jorah drove his sword through the overseer's chest. The man choked, his whip dropping from slack fingers. Daenerys seized that whip, a symbol of tyranny, and flung it to the ground. She raised her voice, calling out in the high Valyrian she had practiced in secret. "Unsullied, I am Daenerys of the House Targaryen. I free you. You owe me nothing. But if you choose to fight for me, fight as free men, not slaves." For a heartbeat, the courtyard was silent but for the flames crackling on a nearby brazier. Then, One Unsullied dropped his spear to his side in a gesture of acceptance. Another mimicked him, then another. In moments, thousands of spears moved as one. Daenerys's vision blurred with tears. She was not a mother to dragons, but perhaps she could be a breaker of chains. Yet her victory was not complete. A retinue of Astapor's main guard arrived in force, blades glinting, and they clashed with Prendle's men at the courtyard's edge. Blood spattered the dust. Daenerys feared the guards might rally and drive them out. But then the Unsullied hefted their spears and moved in flawless discipline, cutting down the city guard in waves. The good masters who had not fled were seized or slain. Screams echoed through the night. When dawn broke, the city's leadership lay in ruins. Fires smoldered across the skyline. Slaves wandered the streets, dazed by their sudden liberation. The bright banners looted warehouses and villas, dragging out chests of gold and silver, along with countless valuables. Daenerys allowed it, though she insisted the slaves remain unharmed. Some of the Sellswords sneered at her moralizing, but for the most part, they were too busy seizing wealth to bother with cruelty. Daenerys stood atop the steps of the largest pyramid, where the good masters had once convened. She could see half the city from here. Ser Jorah was by her side, his arm bandaged from a minor wound. Prendle approached, wearing a victorious grin, a sack of coins jangling at his belt. "Well done, my queen," he said mockingly. "Astapor lies at your feet." She gazed at the city. Smoke still curled from a few rooftops. Bodies of soldiers and overseers lay where they had fallen, some being dragged away by freedmen who scowled with raw hatred. The Unsullied had formed orderly ranks in the courtyard below, silent sentinels awaiting her command. Her Sellswords roamed the streets like crows picking over a battlefield. She raised her chin. "We shall restore order, bury the dead, and feed the living. Proclaim to all slaves that they are free. Let them go where they will or stay if they wish. We will not rule by the whip." Prendle exchanged a dubious glance with Ser Jorah. Then he shrugged. "As you say, but keep in mind, my queen, freed slaves aren't exactly the wealthiest. You'll find little coin in their gratitude." Daenerys regarded him coldly. "I did not come for coin alone." And so began her reign over Astapor, tenuous though it was. Over the following weeks, she tried to establish a functioning council, made up of freed men and women who were literate or otherwise capable of governance. She struggled to feed the city, as the network of supplies from Yunkai had been severed. The freedmen were grateful for her liberation but restless, uncertain if Astapor could survive without its slave-based economy. Some looked to her for miracles she could not provide, and rumors circulated that other slaver cities were outraged by what she had done and might send armies to retake Astapor. The Unsullied, for their part, remained loyal to Daenerys, but they lacked experience in city administration. Their entire purpose was war. She had essentially become responsible for thousands of newly freed people, in a land far from her intended throne, without the resources to rebuild an entire city. Her Sellswords grew bored and fractious, demanding more coin. Every day, Daenerys walked among the freedmen, hearing their pleas for water, medicine, and security. She felt as though she were drowning in problems. The 2 eggs she still kept offered no solutions. She sometimes placed them near a brazier in the pyramid's upper chambers, hoping against hope. But no life stirred within them. One afternoon, Ser Jorah found her pacing in the throne room that had once belonged to the good masters. It was a garish chamber, decorated with red brick and gaudy gilding. Daenerys had removed the harpy icon from above the dais, replacing it with a simple banner bearing the 3-headed dragon of her house. "You are not at peace," he observed quietly. She laughed without mirth. "When have I ever been at peace, Jorah? This city devours my every waking moment. The freedmen need homes, irrigation, a livelihood. Meanwhile, the Sellswords clamor for their wages, and the good master's coffers are not as full as they seemed at first. And now I hear that Yunkai stirs. They will march on us with Sellsword companies of their own if they think us vulnerable." "You've done a great deed, freeing these people," Jorah said gently. "But you cannot linger here forever. Westeros calls." She sank onto the dais steps, running a hand through her silver gold hair. I know, but can I abandon these people to the retribution of Yukai? We are bound by blood now. I wanted their loyalty, and I earned it by setting them free. If I sail for Westeros now, who will defend them when the slavers come? Yora hesitated. You could secure Yukai as well. Perhaps free that city, add their slaves to your following. But that path is endless. Meereen, Volantis, there are always more slaves, more cruelty. You would be crossing half the world in the name of liberation, while the Iron Throne remains in the hands of your enemies. Daenerys met his gaze, tears of frustration gathering at the corners of her eyes. She thought of how she had once only dreamed of returning to Westeros, of raising the dragon banner over King's Landing. Now she was entangled in the fate of foreign cities, in wars that had nothing to do with her ancestral claim. Yet she could not bring herself to turn away. What would you have me do? She whispered. He knelt beside her, his voice soft. I cannot decide for you, my queen, but I will follow where you lead. Westeros is in turmoil and the years slip by. If you linger in Slaver's Bay, you may lose any chance of seizing your birthright. But if your heart commands you to free these people, to break their chains, then follow your heart. The choice is yours, and it is that choice which makes you a queen or something greater. She closed her eyes. For a moment, she recalled the flicker of heat from Khal Drogo's pyre, the dream that the eggs would come to life, that destiny would blaze around her like dragaflame. That dream had not come true. So she had forged a new path, one of grit, cunning, and sacrifice. If she must be a queen without dragons, then she would be one in deeds, not just birth. Rising, she blinked away the tears. Summon Prendel, she said. We ride for Yukai before the month is out. War, it seemed, would be her crucible. If she could break the slavers of Yukai, perhaps the rumor of her power would spread. Perhaps the lords of Westeros, drowning in their own wars, would hear of a Targaryen forging an empire across the sea. And perhaps then she would have an army large enough and a fleet strong enough to cross the narrow sea and take the throne that was her birthright. And if the dragons slept in stone forever, if they never hatched, so be it. She would forge her own fire, her own wings, built of the steel of freedmen and the fervor of those who believed in her cause. The dream of living dragons might be gone, but the dream of restoring her house, of mending a broken world, still burned bright within her heart. She would not be Daenerys, the mother of dragons, but Daenerys Stormborn, breaker of chains, a queen of the old blood and new purpose. So she resolved, stepping out onto the balcony overlooking Astapor. The freedmen below offered her cautious waves, half in awe, half in uncertainty. She raised her hand in return, letting the scorching sun bathe her features. The battle for a city had been won. The war for a throne lay beyond distant seas. But her journey continued. She had lost one egg to a Sellsword's bargain, and the other two lay lifeless in her chambers. Yet she was alive. She was free. She was queen. If no dragon came to her aid, she would find another way to breathe fire. And the world would remember her name. Daenerys Targaryen rose before dawn on the day she set out from Astapor. The city still smelled of burnt timbers and the faint reek of charred flesh from the battle that had seen the good masters cast down. Freedmen and unsullied patrolled the brick streets, their eyes alert, but there was a new air of possibility. Where once collars and whips ruled, hope and fear now mingled in equal measure. Astapor's freedmen knew she had broken their chains, yet they also knew that the world beyond the city walls might not welcome them with open arms. More than a few stared at her with cautious reverence, though none dared speak to the foreign queen without invitation. She had declared they were free to go or to stay, to seek new lives or remain and help shape a different future. Many stayed, uncertain where else they could possibly go. A few trickled out along the coastal roads, forming ragged caravans that vanished into the horizon. Daenerys herself stood in the pyramid that had once housed the good master's councils. She wore a simple riding dress of deep blue linen, her silver gold hair pulled into a single braid that swept down her back. Her two remaining dragon eggs, so often the cause of her dreams and heartbreak, remained locked in a stout chest in her personal chamber. She still could not bear to abandon them, but neither did she flaunt them as she once had. They were precious to her, yes, but also a reminder of promises that had never materialized. She told herself she kept them out of loyalty to her heritage, though a deeper, more wounded part of her feared letting them go because she had so little of House Targaryen left. She had resolved to march on Yukai, to break its chains and add its newly freed people and any potential soldiers to her own forces. Only by uniting all of Slaver's Bay under her rule, or at least under her protection, did she stand a chance of holding Astapor permanently and building enough might to sail for Westeros. She was no fool. Word of her conquest of Astapor would have already reached Yunkai's wise masters, perhaps even Mirine's great masters beyond. They would not stand idle. Yet if she did nothing, Yunkai might blockade Astapor, or worse, invade it outright. Astapor was vulnerable, its freedmen only recently freed, its local economy on the brink of collapse. To leave them to the slavers' vengeance would be an unspeakable betrayal. She would not be that kind of queen. As dawn light trickled through the high windows, she descended the pyramid's winding steps and arrived at a broad courtyard overlooking the city. Ser Jorah Mormont was already there, armed and helmeted, his eyes heavy-lidded from lack of sleep. Beside him stood Prendel of Lys, captain of the Bright Banners, dressed in gleaming half-plate that he had doubtless looted from some wealthy Astapori. Around them gathered her officers, a hodgepodge of Sellsword lieutenants, freed Astapori scribes, and a few Dothraki bloodriders who had remained loyal since Khal Drogo's death. By far the most disciplined men under her banner were the Unsullied, ranks of them standing at attention in the open street below, their spears upright, their faces impassive. Daenerys remembered their vacant stares when they were slaves. Now they still displayed no emotion, but she clung to the hope that their souls were freer than before, that maybe something human might flower within them after years of suppression. She acknowledged Ser Jorah and Prendel with a formal nod. "Are the men ready?" Prendel's hawk-like features twisted into a grin. "Ready and eager, my queen, though perhaps not all for the same reasons." He tapped the hilt of his sword. "Some hope Yunkai is as ripe for plunder as Astapor was." Daenerys forced herself not to bristle at his casual tone. She despised that looting had taken place, but she recognized that she had hired mercenaries, not knights of legend. They fought for coin, not for lofty ideals. "They will find that Yunkai will not open its gates willingly," she said, voice calm. "We must be prepared for a siege or for trickery. The wise masters may try to bribe you, turn you against me." Prendel sniffed. "They can try, but I've been paid well and I have a contract. Our men know the terms. We serve you, as long as the gold keeps flowing." Daenerys glanced at Jorah. "And how do we stand with provisions?" The knight cleared his throat. "Better than before, thanks to the grain stores we found in the good master's warehouses. But it won't last if we are forced to linger at Yunkai or many weeks. We may need to forage or arrange supply lines." She absorbed this news. The freedmen of Astapor needed that grain as well. Leaving them vulnerable to famine would be unconscionable. She had ordered a portion of the grain distributed among the freedmen, another portion set aside for her army, and the rest used as seed for the fields surrounding the city, fields that had once been worked by slaves. If she plundered too much for her campaign, Astapor might starve. Already, some freedmen grumbled at rumors that their new queen would leave them to face an uncertain future. Still, she saw no alternative. She could not remain in Astapor's stifling walls forever, hoping that Yunkai might politely leave them alone. "We will not stay at Yunkai any longer than necessary," she said. "Once we break their chains and neutralize the slaver lords, we can establish trade between the cities. Then perhaps we will have enough to sustain ourselves." Prendel and Jorah exchanged skeptical glances, but neither openly challenged her. She suppressed a sigh, reminding herself she had no illusions this would be simple. The slaver cities had stood for centuries, each propped up by a vast web of trade and alliances. Breaking them all would require more than one clever ruse. Yet she had begun this course. If she faltered now, everything she had done in Astapor would be undone the moment a single slaver army marched down the coast. Within the hour, the host was arrayed outside the city gates, stirring a swirl of red dust under the rising sun. The Unsullied formed a disciplined column, their spears and shields a wall of deadly potential. Behind them came the Bright Banners, mounted or on foot, clad in mismatched armor, gossiping and laughing in their many accents as they prepared for whatever spoils might await. Daenerys's Dothraki followed in a smaller group, their araks at their belts and their braided hair swishing behind them. These were not a true Khalasar. She had only a fraction of the riders she'd once traveled with, but they remained fiercely devoted, especially her bloodriders Aggo and Rakaro. The freedmen of Astapor stood at the gates, some watching in fearful silence, others waving or calling out hopeful farewells. Daenerys tried not to dwell on the uncertain city she left behind. She prayed she had laid enough groundwork for them to manage in her absence. They set out along the coastal road that linked the great slaver cities. The heat was unrelenting, the sky a sharp blue that seemed to sear the land below. At times, a breeze from the sea to the south would provide minor relief, carrying the salty tang of the Gulf of Grief. Other times, the wind blew off the interior desert, a scorching breath that parched tongues and cracked lips. Daenerys rode her silver mare at the head of the column, Ser Jorah on one side, Prendel on the other. It was a strange companionship. Jorah was ever watchful, loyal out of a complex tapestry of guilt and love, while Prendel's loyalty was as thin as a gold coin, easily bent if not broken. She carried a waterskin at her hip, occasionally sipping to stave off thirst. The press of steel-clad men all around, the shuffle of hooves and boots, the clatter of spears, it felt like the constant hum of war's approach. They made camp at night, setting out watch rotations. Daenerys insisted on the same rules she had at Astapor. Freed slaves encountered along the way were to be aided, not harassed. So far from the city walls, though, there were few villagers. The road cut through barren stretches dotted with patches of hardy shrubs and stunted trees. Now and then they came across a small caravan headed in the opposite direction. Some fled at the sight of the column, others timidly offered trade. Daenerys let them pass unmolested, though Prendel pressed for seizing any wagons carrying valuable supplies. She refused, reminding him she did not wish to become the same kind of tyrant the slavers were. They pressed on like that for days, until at last the walls of Yunkai came into view on the horizon. Yunkai was smaller than Meereen but larger than Astapor, known for its bed slaves and its wealth from the trade of pleasure slaves. Its walls were yellowish in color, or so travelers said, and the towers bristled with scorpions and catapults. As they drew nearer, Daenerys glimpsed the city's distinct architecture, the rooftops painted in earthy reds and yellows, giving the skyline a patchwork, sun-baked look. Smoke curled from within, no doubt from kilns, forges, and the countless hearths that fed the city's population. The gates were shut by the time they halted a half-mile away. Along the parapets, she could see figures scurrying, presumably soldiers preparing to defend the city. With no sign of an immediate parley, Daenerys set up camp within view of Yunkai's main gate, a deliberate statement that she had come to treat with the wise masters or to do battle if they refused. She summoned her war council. Ser Jorah stood with arms folded, deep in thought. Prendel lounged on a camp stool, tapping the pommel of his sword impatiently. Grey Worm, so named, though she knew no more of him than that, had emerged as the chosen commander of the Unsullied, a lean, serious man whose gaze was almost unnervingly direct. He stood at attention, silent unless spoken to. Daenerys opened the council by explaining what she wanted: to free the slaves of Yunkai. "We give them a chance," she declared. "We will announce that any slave in Yunkai is free. Let the wise masters present themselves if they wish and negotiate their surrender. If they refuse, we will take the city by force." Prendel chuckled. "They'll refuse. They've likely heard of Astapor's downfall. Why would they throw open their gates to you now?" She answered him calmly, "Because they may fear the cost of a siege. If their walls are breached, the freedmen and the mercenaries might avenge themselves far more harshly than if the city surrenders. I would prefer to avoid bloodshed if we can, but I will not let them keep their slaves." Ser Jorah nodded. "It's worth offering them terms if only to gauge their resolve." That evening, she dispatched a small party under a flag of truce. They carried a letter penned by one of her freed scribes, written in the High Valyrian dialect that most of the slaver cities used for official business. In it, Daenerys demanded Yunkai's immediate release of all slaves, an end to the practice of slave-taking, and the city's submission to her authority. In return, the wise masters would be allowed to remain in peace, provided they freed their slaves without violence or subterfuge. If they refused, she would unleash her army. 2 days passed before a reply came, a single envoy under a white flag, escorted by a pair of Yunkish guards. He was a man of middle years, clad in robes of gold and scarlet, his hair coiled into elaborate braids. He named himself Grazdin Mo Eraz. Far too many Grazdins in these cities, Daenerys thought wryly. He presented himself before Daenerys's tent with all the pomp of a lord, though she noticed how his eyes flicked nervously to the Unsullied. He began with courtesy, praising her wisdom and beauty, claiming it would be an honor to speak with her. Daenerys invited him inside, where her council waited. The Yunkish envoy bowed low. "The wise masters have heard your demands. They wish to propose a different arrangement. Yunkai has no quarrel with Astapor's new queen. If you leave us in peace, we will offer you gifts, gold, provisions, even precious works of art." He gestured expansively. "We can be most generous." Daenerys sat in a high-backed chair, trying to project the regal confidence she sometimes feared she lacked. "And your slaves?" she asked sharply. "Your bed slaves and household thralls and field workers, what of them?" The envoy gave a tremulous laugh. Ah, Yukai is a modest city. We have fewer slaves than Astapor, and we treat them well. There is no need for violence on their account. Daenerys leaned forward. You will free them all, or Yukai will pay the price. He swallowed, flicking his gaze from her expression to the rows of Unsullied standing outside, visible through the open tent flaps. The wise masters cannot comply with such a radical demand. Our city's entire economy is built upon the labor of. But perhaps we might discuss partial measures. He tried a sycophantic smile. We are prepared to pay a handsome sum for your withdrawal. Enough to purchase a great many swords, perhaps even ships for your journey across the narrow sea. You could sail home to Westeros and Yukai would remain neutral in your endeavors. Ser Jorah gave a derisive snort. Prendle's eyes gleamed at the mention of gold, but he said nothing in front of his queen. Daenerys felt her anger rise. So you would bribe me to abandon those in chains? The envoy bowed again, a bit lower this time, his tone pleading. Please consider. If you remain, there will be war. Many innocents will die. Why must you bring that upon us? Daenerys' hands closed into fists. She thought of the slaves in Yunkai's brothels, in the hovels behind the city walls, forced to serve at a moment's whim. She remembered the cruelty she had witnessed in Astapor. The blame lies at the feet of the wise masters, she said, her voice cold. If they keep slaves, they keep war. Return to them with my final terms. Free every slave and bow to my rule, or I will tear down your gates and free them myself. The envoy's face lost color. He stammered a hasty farewell and stumbled out, the Yunkish guards hurrying to accompany him. Daenerys listened to their horses retreat toward the city walls, the drumbeat of war echoing louder in her mind. Prendle exhaled. You've given them no room to negotiate. They might have paid us enough gold to buy a fleet. We could be halfway to Westeros in months, and let Slavers' Bay tear itself apart. Daenerys pinned him with a furious stare. I have not come this far to abandon people to chains. If I do that, what queen am I? He fell silent, but she could see the flicker of frustration. She knew that if the battles dragged on too long, the bright banners might grow restive. But she refused to yield. She was Daenerys of House Targaryen, breaker of chains. If she walked away now, she would be neither Targaryen nor breaker of anything. The next day, Yunkai's gates remained firmly shut. No more envoys came. Daenerys concluded that the city meant to fight. She ordered an assault. Their plan was straightforward if brutal. The Unsullied would move under cover of night, set ladders against the lesser-guarded sections of the walls, and open a gate from within. Meanwhile, the bright banners would draw attention to the front gates with a feigned attack, forcing the Yunkish defenders to concentrate their strength. Once a gate was open, Daenerys' combined forces would flood into the city, swiftly overpowering any disorganized pockets of resistance. That night, her war drums sounded in a steady cadence outside the main gate. Torchlight flickered on the faces of Sellswords as they shouted war cries and hammered at the massive portal with a battering ram, though they did not truly commit to a breach. Yunkai's defenders fired arrows and pitch, but found themselves aiming at a roiling mass of shapes in the darkness. Meanwhile, under Grey Worm's command, columns of Unsullied slipped through the shadows along the city's eastern wall, carrying tall scaling ladders. Quiet as ghosts, they ascended the wall. The watchmen there never saw them until it was too late. A handful of Yunkish soldiers were swiftly overwhelmed, their throats cut or their bodies thrown from the parapets. Within minutes, the Unsullied had seized one of the smaller towers and were in the process of forcing open a sally port from the inside. Signal horns sounded. Daenerys, waiting with Jorah and a group of mounted troops near the eastern side of the camp, heard them and urged her mare forward. She felt her heart pounding so fiercely it seemed to echo in her ears. Tension and fear warred in her chest. She was no stranger to battle. She had stood by a funeral pyre in the Red Waste, watched Sellswords kill brigands near Qohor, and more recently led the siege of Astapor, but every time felt new and terrifying. She reminded herself that she was doing this not for conquest alone, but for the thousands within that city whose lives were bartered like trinkets. Her riders pressed on. The sally port was now open, Unsullied posted as silent sentinels, their spears glinting in the torchlit gloom. Daenerys and her cavalry surged through the narrow entrance into the city's outskirts. Shouts and screams tore through the night as Yunkish defenders stumbled upon them, unprepared for an attack from that quarter. The sellswards at the main gate were still fainting, though some might guess the real attack was happening elsewhere. Fire and confusion spread. Daenerys smelled the acrid stench of pitch, the coppery tang of blood. She clenched her jaw, urging her mare forward, trusting her blood riders to cut down any direct threat. Ser Jorah rode close behind, sword flashing in the torchlight. They fought their way into the winding streets. Some freedmen, freed too abruptly, might have cowered or fled, but here there were no freedmen, only slaves, younkish soldiers, and the wealthy overlords. The slaves were scattered, locked in barracks, or huddled in private quarters. The wealthy overlords had either taken up arms in desperation or hidden themselves behind their guards. Prendel led a contingent of sellswards through the main boulevard, clashing with younkish defenders. On a rooftop, archers loosed arrows into the swirling chaos below, but the Unsullied calmly formed shield walls, advancing with mechanical precision. At Daenerys' command, a portion of her men rushed to neutralize those archers, scrambling up stairs and ladders to overtake them. Street by street, the defenders were pushed back. Some threw down their arms in panic, while others fought to the last. Fire sprang up from overturned braziers and shattered lanterns. Daenerys felt each death keenly, a sickness roiling in her gut. She had wanted to avoid wanton slaughter, but war was a messy, uncontrollable beast. She pressed on, seeking the wise masters who orchestrated this horror. Near the center of the city, a massive structure loomed, a grand palace compound built of pale stone, its facade adorned with carved harpies and swirling patterns reminiscent of ancient Giscari art. The gate was barred, but the Unsullied set a ram to it. Prendel's men circled around, searching for weak points. Daenerys dismounted, passing the reins of her horse to one of her Dothraki, and walked forward, flanked by Ser Jorah and Grey Worm. As the ram thundered against the palace gate, she could hear shouts and frantic movements from within. Over the din, she raised her voice in a shout of High Valyrian. "Those within, hear me. I am Daenerys Targaryen. Open these gates and you will not suffer. Resist me and I will bring them down on your heads." For a moment, there was no answer but the steady crash of the battering ram. Then, abruptly, the bar on the other side slid away. The gate creaked open just enough to show the face of a trembling servant. He was gone, eyes wide with terror. "My lady," he gasped, "the masters, some have fled to the upper floors. Some have locked themselves in the vault. Please spare me, I am only a slave." Daenerys gestured for her men to stand down. "We will not harm you. Open the gate fully." He did so, letting them spill into a grand courtyard. Other slaves knelt, shaking, some covering their heads, expecting the conquerors to butcher them. The courtyard was awash in the glow of torches and the flicker of flames from outside. Columns lined the perimeter, carved with serpentine designs. Above, open balconies and windows looked down, some filled with frightened onlookers. Half a dozen younkish guards had thrown down their spears or else lay dead from prior fighting. Daenerys surveyed it, steeling herself. "Secure the building," she told Grey Worm. "Disarm any who resist. If they surrender, they live." Her men fanned out. The clatter of boots on marble floors echoed in the corridors. Room by room, they flushed out cowering lords and ladies, dragging them into the courtyard. Daenerys recognized the lavish robes, the gaudy jewelry, the powdered faces. These were the so-called wise masters who had grown fat off the labor of slaves. One by one, they were forced to their knees, eyes shifting with desperation. The freedmen among Daenerys' forces, Astapori men who had joined her after the fall of their own masters, looked ready to kill them where they knelt, but Daenerys raised a hand to forestall any immediate vengeance. She strode forward. "Hear me," she said in Giscari Valyrian, trying to keep her voice loud and steady. "The city is taken. Your slaves are free. If any man here wishes to keep a slave, he will pay for that choice in blood." She paused, scanning their faces. "Yield, and I will let you live. Plot against me, and my Unsullied will destroy you." Some of the lords trembled, tears streaming down powdered cheeks. Others glared at her with defiance. One, dressed in green robes embroidered with gold thread, spat at her feet. "You have no right," he growled. "You are a foreign usurper. Yukai has stood for 1,000 years. You cannot break us." Daenerys' stomach churned with rage. She thought of how many slaves had endured torture at the hands of men like him. "Yet here you kneel," she said quietly. "I am Daenerys Targaryen, and this city is mine now." He made a motion as if to lunge at her, but Ser Jorah was faster, delivering a sharp blow with the pommel of his sword. The man slumped to the polished stones. Daenerys did not flinch. "Seize him," she ordered. "Lock him in the cells below. The rest of you, if you would live under my rule, swear it now." Slowly, fearfully, the other wise masters inclined their heads. muttering words of submission. She noted which among them did so grudgingly and which seemed genuinely resigned. She gestured to her scribes to note their names. There might be a place for them in the city's new governance, or they might be safer locked away if she deemed them too dangerous. Thus did Yunkai fall. By morning's first light, Daenerys's banner of the three-headed dragon flew over the gates. The freedmen among her host threw them open wide, letting the rest of her army spill into the city unimpeded. A grim count was taken of the dead on both sides, with piles of bodies to be burned outside the walls. The living slaves roamed the streets in shock, hardly believing their chains were broken. Some wept, some shouted curses against the wise masters, some simply stood dumbfounded, as though waiting for a lash that would never come. Daenerys ordered her men to help wherever possible, though not all her cell's words obeyed. She had to dispatch patrols to quell looting, to stop the worst excesses. 2 days after the conquest, she stood at the foot of Yunkai's grand palace steps, facing a crowd of newly freed men and women who packed the courtyard. Many clutched meager belongings or the ragged remains of their slave garb. Fear mingled with hesitant gratitude in their eyes. Daenerys raised her hands, calling for silence. The hush that followed reminded her of the moment in Astapor when she had offered the unsullied their freedom. "I know you suffer," she began, voice echoing off the carved pillars. "You have been used, bought and sold, your lives turned to coin. No more. I am Daenerys Stormborn, and I say to you now, no one here is a slave. You are free to leave, free to stay, free to do as you please. The lash will not rule you again." A murmur ran through the crowd. A few freedmen near the front lowered themselves to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. One clutched at Daenerys's foot as if seeking a savior's blessing. She reached down and drew him up gently. "Stand. You are not beholden to me." But the freedman only pressed his forehead to her hand. "Mother," he whispered, "I have heard of you. They say you freed Astapor. You break chains." A wave of voices echoed the sentiment, calling her mother or breaker of chains. It made her heart twist. She had once dreamed of being called the mother of dragons, but that dream had died with the cold Inuit eggs. Now she heard a different name, one that stirred a fierce sense of responsibility within her. If she accepted them as children, she had to guide and protect them. The weight of that duty pressed on her chest like a physical burden. Nevertheless, she helped the freedman to his feet, then raised her arms so all might hear. "I swear to you, I will do all in my power to keep you Kai free. Yet you must do your part. Let no man here become a tyrant in turn. Help each other, rebuild, and let the world see you are not beasts of burden. You are free men and women." Cheers rose, mingled with weeping. Daenerys could not help but feel both uplifted and daunted. She was forging a realm of freedmen, city by city, and each conquest multiplied her responsibilities. First Astapor, now Yunkai, and Meereen loomed beyond. How long before she had the strength to leave, to cross the sea she had never seen except from the docks of Pentos? Over the next weeks, she endeavored to install a functioning council in Yunkai as she had tried in Astapor. She selected freedmen who showed intelligence, honesty, and a willingness to learn. Some of the old lords who had surrendered were allowed to remain in advisory roles if they professed loyalty, though she kept them under strict watch. Others were imprisoned, either for their crimes against slaves or for continued defiance. If she executed them all, she feared the city might be left leaderless, descending into chaos. Yet part of her yearned for the simplicity of harsh justice. Each day, she wrestled with the question of how to govern a city whose entire history was built upon owning human lives. She spent her nights in a suite of the palace, a space once reserved for the highest-born of the city's masters. Its walls were painted with murals of exotic beasts and flowers meant to soothe or seduce. Sometimes she would lie awake on the wide bed, thinking of the day's burdens, hearing the faint cries of freedmen adjusting to their new existence. She saw their desperation and fear, understood how precarious life remained. Slavery had been the backbone of Yunkai's economy. Now that it was abolished, the city's finances and trade networks floundered. Crops had been farmed by slaves, goods made by slaves, coin minted by the city's masters, all for the profit of the few. With that system crushed, Yunkai needed a new way to function. Merchants overseas might shun them, reluctant to risk dealing with a city under siege by a foreign queen's moral crusade. Amid these concerns, Ser Jorah was her steadfast counselor. He reminded her that some freedmen might eventually volunteer for fair employment, that the city could shift to paid labor if given time and stability. He urged her to levy taxes on wealth that the old masters had hoarded, redistribute those funds to create new opportunities. It was a bold plan, one that would anger the aristocracy. Daenerys had never governed so large a population, but necessity left little choice. She agreed to tax the mansions and vaults of the old slaver families heavily, using the coin to commission repairs to roads, wells, and farmland. She saw an echo of Aegon the Conqueror in her cause. He had forged a new realm by toppling the old order. If she truly aimed for the Iron Throne, she could see this as training for the even greater task of ruling the Seven Kingdoms one day. She might have lingered longer, trying to solidify Yunkai fragile new order, if not for the news that reached her on a humid afternoon. One of her scouts, a lean Dothraki named Jogo, returned from a foray northward bearing urgent tidings. Meereen was mobilizing. That city, the jewel of Slavers Bay, largest and wealthiest of the three, had apparently learned of Yunkai's fall. Its great masters were assembling a force of sellswords and possibly conscripting from neighboring territories that still practiced slavery. Rumor had it they were forging alliances with other powers to resist Daenerys' slave rebellion. Daenerys felt the weight of that information as though it were a boulder on her shoulders. If Meereen marched south, Yunkai's freedmen would be caught in the crossfire of a stronger, wealthier city. The unsaid question pressed at her relentlessly: should she meet Meereen in the open field or lay siege to that city before it could gather more strength? She glanced around Yunkai's palace at the freedmen picking through the rubble of a toppled regime. If Meereen decided to march, Yunkai might be sacked again, this time with no illusions of mercy. She convened her council. The freedmen administrators pleaded with her not to leave so soon. "We need your guidance, my queen," one said, voice trembling. "We have new laws to establish, new trade routes to find. If you depart, the old masters might rise again." She understood their fear, but also recognized that if Meereen overcame Yunkai in open battle, her freedmen council would be powerless. She glanced to Ser Jorah and Prendel, who both seemed to favor a decisive move against Meereen. Grey Worm was stoic, but Daenerys knew he would march wherever she commanded. In the end, she decided to mirror her approach at Astapor, leave behind a small garrison of Unsullied to maintain order while she led the bulk of her forces onward. It was a risk. If the garrison proved too small, the freedmen might not be safe. But if she stripped Yunkai of every soldier, the city would be defenseless against any sly attempt at counter-rebellion by resentful ex-masters. Reluctantly, she left 300 Unsullied to bolster the freedmen guard in Yunkai, along with a handful of her most trusted freedmen officers to oversee daily governance. The rest of the Unsullied, along with Prendel's bright banners and her Dothraki, would march northward along the coast toward Meereen. In part, she hoped to meet any Meereenese army in the field, away from their city walls, where her battle-hardened Unsullied might prove a decisive advantage. Another siege could be avoided if she shattered their defenders before they retreated behind Meereen's towering gates. Before leaving, she addressed the freedmen of Yunkai one final time in the palace courtyard. Her voice carried over the hushed crowd. "I leave you now not because I do not care for your plight, but because I must protect you from a greater threat. Meereen stirs. I will face them for all of us. I name these men," she indicated the freedmen administrators, "to guide you in my absence. Support them as they work to rebuild your city. You are no longer slaves. You are no longer subjects of cruelty. Stand together. If I do not return, do not let your chains be forged anew." Their tears, their pleas for her to stay, cut her to the quick, yet she steeled herself and turned away. She had to be strong, or the entire region would devour itself. The next morning, her host departed Yunkai under the harsh glare of a sun that spared no one. The freedmen crowded the gates to watch her go, some calling her Maisa in their dialect, mother, savior. The name weighed on her heart like an anchor. The journey north was both easier and harder than she expected. Easier, because the coastline between Yunkai and Meereen was more populous, with small fishing villages and farmland, meaning they could replenish their supplies more readily. Harder, because many of those fishing villages were defiant or afraid. Not all had been keen on Yunkai's rule, but neither did they wish to see another conquering army. Daenerys tried to reassure them, paying fairly for goods whenever possible, but she could not stop Prendel's men from occasionally raiding outlying farms or carrying off livestock without compensation. Discipline was a constant struggle. She commanded punishment when she caught them in the act, but the threat of desertion hovered in the Sellswords' eyes. They had tasted plunder at Astapor and Yunkai. They would expect more at Meereen. At one such fishing village, Daenerys glimpsed a cluster of exhausted men and women in chains, herded by a group of armed brutes who wore no uniform. She learned they were slavers from a smaller local city that recognized Meereen's authority. The slaves were to be sold in Meereen's markets. Outraged, she ordered the slavers halted and the slaves freed on the spot. Some of the slavers attempted to flee, but the Unsullied caught them. The resulting confrontation almost turned bloody, but Daenerys forced herself to show a measured response. She had them stripped of their coin and wagons, then banished them with nothing but the clothes on their backs, a mild enough sentence given their crime. Yora quietly remarked that such leniency might embolden them to seek vengeance. Daenerys retorted that cruelty would only breed more hatred in turn. Her cause was to end slavery, not to become a butcher. When at last they caught sight of Meereen, the scale of the challenge truly became clear. The city dwarfed both Astapor and Yunkai, its walls higher and thicker, its towers bristling with war machines. A great pyramid rose from the center, so tall it seemed to challenge the very sky, with a gilded harpy perched at its apex. The outlying areas bustled with farmland, pastures, and small settlements. If the city had indeed summoned a field army, Daenerys had yet to see it. Perhaps they awaited her approach, or perhaps they preferred the safety of their walls. She established camp a safe distance from the city's southern gate, another broad, fortified structure. Scouts reported that the gates were barred, the ramparts lined with archers and catapults. Not a single messenger emerged to greet her. Evidently, Meereen would not bother with negotiations. She gazed at the skyline, a mixture of dread and determination coursing through her veins. A direct siege might be disastrous. Meereen was larger, likely better defended. She had no dragons, no monstrous advantage, only her Unsullied, the Sellswords, and a handful of Dothraki. The freedmen she had gathered along the way lacked training or arms enough to be a true fighting force. That evening, as she conferred with her commanders in the glow of campfires, she asked if anyone had intelligence on Meereen's defenders. Prendel shrugged. Rumor has it they have their own fighting slaves, some Sellsword companies, and watchful garrisons on the walls. But we don't know how many. Ser Jorah frowned. A siege could cost us dearly, especially if they have the resources to hold out for months. And I doubt Meereen is short on supplies. They control the river that leads inland and a port that can bring goods by ship. He let the unspoken reality hang in the air. To starve them out might be impossible without a blockade. Daenerys paced. We need a way inside or a way to disrupt their unity. In Yunkai, we scaled the walls and caught them off guard. Meereen's walls are taller, better guarded. Grey Worm, standing quietly at attention, spoke up at last. We could approach from the river. Many sewers empty there. If we send a small force through them, we might emerge within the city and open a gate. Prendel wrinkled his nose. Wading through filth in the dark? A fine plan for the eunuchs, but not for my men. Daenerys cut him a reproachful look. We will do what we must. A direct assault might cost thousands of lives. The element of surprise is our best ally. If a small force can slip inside unseen, they can open a gate or sabotage a section of the defenses. Then the main host can storm the city in the confusion. Ser Jorah nodded, though his lips were pressed tight. It is dangerous. The men who go through those tunnels might never come out if discovered. Daenerys took a breath. Then I must find volunteers who understand the risk. If it succeeds, we spare countless innocents a drawn-out siege. If it fails, the city will be warned and our position worsens. But I see no better path. She made her decision. Grey Worm would lead a detachment of Unsullied through one of the larger sewer outflows. She could trust them not to break or turn back, no matter the conditions. Meanwhile, she would order Prendel's men to create a distraction at one of the gates, perhaps feigning the start of a siege while the infiltration was underway. She only prayed that luck would be on her side. Preparations took a full day. Daenerys watched from a distance as Grey Worm and about 200 Unsullied chosen for their skill and fortitude crept along the riverbank at dusk, vanishing into an arched tunnel that reeked of waste. She swallowed hard, picturing them navigating dark corridors thick with foul water, possibly patrolled or trapped. If they were discovered, there would be no escape. She returned to her tent, pacing while the evening shadows lengthened. Prendel's Sellswords assembled near the main gate, making noise, brandishing torches, shouting curses at the city, all to convince the defenders an attack was imminent. The hours crawled. Daenerys' nerves felt as taut as harp strings. Ser Jorah stayed close, offering what comfort he could, though he too was tense. More than once, she drifted to the edge of camp, gazing up at the silent ramparts of Myreen's walls. The catapults on the towers remained pointed outward, ready to unleash death upon any attackers. Occasionally, flaming arrows arced down toward Prendle's men if they ventured too close. But there was no full engagement, just a standoff. Near midnight, she heard it, a low, rumbling echo from the city. Shouts rang out. Torches bobbed along the walls, confusion evident among the defenders. Daenerys' heart leapt. Had Grey Worm succeeded? She hastened back to her vantage point, calling for Yora for her blood riders for the standard bearers. If the infiltration had found a way to open a gate or sabotage the defenses, this was the time to strike. She ordered horns sounded, war drums pounded. Sellswords roared, Dothraki hooped battle cries, Unsullied formed ranks in disciplined silence. A gate on the western side, the one closest to the drainage outflows, creaked. In the flickering light of braziers, Daenerys saw it lurch open, not fully, but enough for a wedge of shadowy figures to spill out and overpower the stunned guards. Horns sounded from the ramparts. The defenders rushed about in panic, uncertain where to stand or which gate to protect. With that confusion blossoming, Daenerys raised her arm, gave the signal, and the full force of her army surged toward the newly opened entrance. Ser Jorah galloped at her side, sword in hand. Prendle led a portion of the bright banners around to the other side of the city, hoping to force the defenders to split their forces. Daenerys rode toward the open gate, Unsullied surging ahead on foot. Archers on the walls tried to rain arrows down, but in the chaos and darkness, many shots went wide, and the discipline of the Unsullied shield walls minimized casualties. Her host poured into the city's perimeter, battling pockets of Myreenese soldiers who formed desperate ranks in narrow streets. Once again, the night filled with screams, the clang of steel, the acrid smell of burning pitch. Daenerys pressed on, forging deeper into Meereen, determined to reach the city's central avenues and secure the seat of its great masters before dawn. Grey Worm's infiltration had not been without cost. She saw Unsullied with fresh wounds, and she learned from hastily shouted reports that they had met resistance in the tunnels. Yet they overcame it, found a locked grate leading into a small guardhouse near the western gate, and slaughtered the guards within, then pried open the gate's massive bar. The risk had paid off. Now the city was compromised. If the Myreenese defenders had fielded a more organized defense, perhaps they could have driven Daenerys' men out again, but their confusion and shock gave her the advantage. Sellswords under Prendle pressed from the south, drawing away some defenders. Freed slaves within Meereen, seizing the moment, rose against their masters. Reports came in of slave revolts in various districts as men and women battered their overseers to death with picks and clubs. By the time the first hues of dawn streaked the sky, Daenerys had reached the base of Myreen's colossal pyramid, an even larger structure than the ones she had claimed in Astapor and Yunkai. The harpy atop its pinnacle glinted in the faint light. The fighting here was fierce. Elite guards stationed by the great masters tried to hold the pyramid's entrance, but the Unsullied hammered them relentlessly. Daenerys saw Grey Worm, helmet spattered with blood, leading his men in a disciplined assault. She felt a swell of grim pride. Khal Drogo had once taught her that the strong take what they want, but she fought now for those who had nothing. That distinction gave her a sense of purpose beyond mere conquest. When at last the pyramid's defenders fell back or died, her men pushed into the lavish corridors, lined with mosaics of harpies and roaring beasts. Flames from spilled braziers licked at the tapestries, smoke coiling through the halls. Daenerys found herself coughing, eyes stinging. She pressed on, ignoring her exhaustion. She wanted to end this quickly, to spare the city a drawn-out massacre. At the top level, a broad audience chamber waited, with windows overlooking the dawn sky. Light filtered in, illuminating carved pillars and an ornate floor design that depicted mythical creatures from the old Giscari Empire. A group of robed figures cowered near a throne shaped like a dragon's mouth, though it was no Targaryen dragon, but a stylized image of the Harpy's monstrous guardian. The men and women in robes looked like Myreen's ruling elite, trembling behind a handful of remaining guards. Daenerys stepped forward, her face streaked with soot, her hair fallen loose from its braid in the chaos. Ser Jorah flanked her, sword still in hand. Unsullied moved to secure the room, forcing the guards to throw down their weapons. One of the robed figures, a tall man with a hawkish nose and carefully oiled beard, took a tentative step toward Daenerys. "Mercy," he breathed, voice cracking. "Please, my queen." She stared at him. "I am no queen of slaves," she said. her tone hollow with exhaustion. "Your city is taken. I have freed your slaves. You will not hold them again." He bowed his head in surrender. "We yield. Spare us, and we shall abide by your laws. We beg you." She glanced about the chamber, noting the opulence, the fear etched on each face. She recalled how Yunkai's lords had knelt, how Astapor's good masters had pleaded or scorned her. This was but another scene in the same cruel play. Still, these men and women controlled Meereen's wealth and administrative machinery. If she executed them all, who would run the city? Would the freedmen have the skills to manage a place so vast? Ser Yora spoke softly in her ear. "You have them at your mercy. You can shape the city's future as you will." Daenerys could not quite hide her bitterness. The cycle repeated, each city bowing or dying, each city requiring her to assume the burden of governance. "Gather them," she commanded, voice echoing. "Off the marble walls. Lock them away until we can decide their fate. Let them live for now." Unsullied moved to comply. The robed masters were herded away, some weeping with relief, others cursing behind trembling lips. Daenerys exhaled, her shoulders slumping. The largest city in Slaver's Bay lay before her, conquered. Another victory. Another burden. She emerged onto a balcony halfway up the pyramid, greeted by the dawn sun. She could see Meereen sprawling in all directions, smoke drifting from scattered fires, its streets teeming with frightened citizens, freedmen, and the battered remains of the city guard. The patchwork farmland and suburbs beyond the walls stood quiet under the morning light. She heard distant cheers, slaves embracing freedom, or her army celebrating. She also heard the cries of the wounded, the sobs of the bereft. Conquest was never clean. She felt empty. Once she had believed the hatching of dragons would fulfill a destiny. The dragons had not come. She had walked into fire and emerged alive, but with nothing more than stone in her arms. Instead, she had crafted a new identity, forging an empire of freedmen and subjugating the slaver lords with steel. The men and women below now called her Breaker of Chains, Mysa. Yet in her quieter moments, she wondered if she was forging a chain of her own, binding herself to these cities, unable to leave them without risking everything she had built. Ser Yora joined her on the balcony. He placed a hand on her shoulder, voice low. "You have done it again." She glanced over at him, feeling a surge of weariness. "Yes. And what now, Yora? We govern Meereen, feed its people, rebuild from the destruction we caused. Then if I dare to sail west, do I leave them all behind?" He frowned, searching her face. "Perhaps you appoint governors you trust, freedmen who have proven themselves. Leave a strong garrison of Unsullied. If these cities remain stable and loyal in your absence, you can finally cross the narrow sea." She turned back to the vista of Meereen, thinking of the rumors from Westeros of kings warring, of the Lannisters perched on the Iron Throne, of the Starks who might have rallied the North. So much was uncertain there, and she was no closer to claiming that distant crown despite having conquered an entire bay. Then she thought of her eggs, lifeless stones locked in her traveling chest. They seemed so trivial now, little more than relics of a dream she had once cherished. But they were Targaryen relics, the last vestiges of her lineage, and she had no intention of surrendering them to any other claimant. She had lost one egg to Prendle's bargain in Qohor, and it still pained her. There were two left, two that might have been her children if fate had been kinder. She sighed, her breath catching in the morning air. "We will do as before," she said. "We will appoint a council of freedmen. We will break the power of the old masters. We will free every slave. Then we see if Meereen can stand on its own. If it can, we may at last turn our eyes west." Her words lingered, a promise made to herself as much as to anyone. But as she gazed upon the conquered city, she understood the scale of the task. Meereen was tens of thousands strong, a place of trade, of fleets, of complicated politics. If she left too soon, the old ways might reassert themselves, plunging the city into chaos. Her unsaid fear was that she would be forced to remain here, year upon year, taming the rebellious masters, feeding the freedmen, forging a stable realm. Westeros would become an ever more distant dream. By the time she arrived, if she ever did, would the realm even remember the Targaryen name? She did not speak these fears aloud. Instead, she took a last long look at the city she had claimed, the third jewel in her crown of broken chains. The rising sun bathed the slaver's harpy above the pyramid in golden light. She resolved that it would be torn down as soon as possible, a symbol of oppression replaced by her dragon banner. A banner with no living dragons behind it, she reminded herself, but a banner that still stood for something if she willed it so. That day, the formal surrender of Meereen was finalized. The city's great masters were stripped of their authority. Daenerys commanded the harpy on the pyramid's pinnacle to be removed. Sellswords roamed in search of treasure, though she tried to curtail the worst abuses. Freed slaves poured into the streets, cheering or crying, many of them uncertain how to proceed with their newfound autonomy. She walked among them in the ensuing days, hearing their pleas. There was hunger, sickness, confusion. She had done this to them, toppling the only system they knew. And if she left too soon, they might turn to new masters or tear each other apart in the vacuum. So she remained, setting up a council of freedmen and carefully chosen or coerced former masters who vowed loyalty under threat of execution. She spent long hours listening to disputes, overseeing the distribution of grain, and trying to quell violent reprisals. Some freedmen sought revenge on old overseers. Some threatened to kill any master they found. Daenerys insisted on justice, not revenge, though she understood the depth of their rage. Weeks slipped by. The immediate threat of a Myrinese counterattack vanished. The city was hers after all. But rumors reached her of new problems in Astapor and Ukai. In Astapor, a plague had broken out amid the freedmen, or so travelers said. The city's new rulers struggled to contain it without adequate healers. In Ukai, a faction of ex-masters might be plotting to retake power, forging alliances with local Sellsword bands. The freedmen councils wrote letters begging Daenerys to return or at least send more troops. She felt as though she were trying to cup water in her hands. Whenever she focused on one city, trouble seeped through her fingers in another. Ser Jorah recognized her turmoil. Late one evening, they walked along a terrace of the Great Pyramid, looking down over the torchlit sprawl of Meereen. He said softly, "You could choose to remain here, become a queen in truth. The East is vast. You could rule Slavers Bay, end slavery across the region if you wished, shape these cities into a new empire that might stand for 1,000 years. She shivered despite the warm breeze. "What of Westeros?" she asked, turning her gaze to him. "Am I not the last Targaryen? Should I not reclaim the Iron Throne?" He nodded. "You are, and you can. But you must ask yourself which cause burns hottest in your heart. Is it the throne your father lost, or the people here who pray for your guidance? The realm across the sea is in chaos. Some would say it deserves a Targaryen to unify it. But do you wish to sacrifice all you've built here for a war that might devour you and your followers?" She leaned against the balustrade, closing her eyes. "If I linger too long, the Westerosi might forget me entirely. If I go too soon, Slavers Bay might collapse back into cruelty. I feel trapped, Jorah, as if no matter what choice I make, people will suffer." His expression was gentle. "There's no easy choice, my queen. Ruling is never easy." That night, she could not sleep. She sat on a cushion in her quarters, a single oil lamp flickering. Beside her were the 2 remaining dragon eggs. She had placed them there out of old habit, running her hand over their cool shells, searching for any hint of warmth. There was none. Tears welled in her eyes as she recalled that day she had given one away to Prendel, forging a lifeline for her future. She had once believed these eggs could birth dragons that would let her transform the world. Now she commanded an army of freedmen and eunuchs instead. No one, not even a Targaryen, was guaranteed a miraculous destiny. In her anguish, she almost considered smashing the eggs. Better to rid herself of the reminder that she was a failed mother of dragons. But she could not do it. They remained the last relics of her bloodline, the shards of a dream. Instead, she leaned her head against them, tears slipping onto their jeweled surfaces. She had become many things: queen, liberator, conqueror. Yet she still felt like a frightened girl at times, sold in exchange for a khalasar, hoping for a miracle that never came. Outside, the city stirred in the quiet hours, freedmen scavenging for scraps, guards patrolling the streets, the old masters huddled in fear or resentment. The wind carried the faint echo of weeping, or perhaps it was only the rustle of cloth in the breeze. Daenerys pressed her palms to the eggs and whispered an old lullaby in Valyrian, the same lullaby she had once murmured in the Red Waste. No warmth, no stirring, no sign of life. Only her own heart beating, each pulse a testament to her resilience. She thought of the ships in Meereen's harbor. Perhaps she could muster a fleet eventually, cross the narrow sea, and try her luck in the land of her birth. But if she did, would she be leaving these freedmen to an uncertain fate? Could she, in good conscience, wash her hands of them? They called her mother, and she felt the invisible tethers that bound her to their hopes and fears. In her darkest moments, she feared she would never leave, that she would die an old woman in Meereen, or Astapor, or Ukai, fighting a war that never truly ended. But at least she was alive, forging her own path, no longer the trembling girl in Viserys' shadow. She might not have dragons, but she had an iron will and a cause that lit a fire in her veins. That had to be enough. One day, she told herself, perhaps she would find a balance, free these cities from tyranny, and sail west to claim her ancestral seat. And if the lords of Westeros scorned her as a pretender without dragons, then she would show them her freed armies, her disciplined unsullied, her unwavering resolve. Blood of the dragon ran in her veins, whether or not living dragons flew by her side. In that stillness, hugging the eggs as though they were lost children, Daenerys Stormborn silently vowed to break every chain she could, even the chain that might keep her from Westeros forever. She could not see the path ahead with clarity, but she would walk it all the same. She would govern Meereen as best she could, nurture Yunkai and Astapor, ensure they did not descend back into chaos. She would recruit and train freedmen into a real army, gather ships, and watch Westeros from afar, listening for the moment it was ripe for her return. Her claim to the Iron Throne might be unhatched, dormant as the eggs in her lap, but if she willed it so, one day the Seven Kingdoms would know the name Daenerys Targaryen again. The night stretched on, her lamp guttering until it was nearly out of oil. At last, she rose, blinking away tears. Tomorrow, she would meet with Meereen's new Freedmen Council, begin the weary labor of reorganizing a city many times larger than Yunkai or Astapor. She would place men she trusted in positions of power, keep watch over those who might conspire against her. She would see to it that children were fed, that no one lay dying in the streets for lack of medicine. It was a queen's task. Her father had failed his realm, consumed by madness. Her brother had failed himself, devoured by arrogance and cruelty. Daenerys would not fail the freedmen who looked to her. She had a responsibility that transcended the legacy of the Targaryens. The eggs remained cold. Perhaps they would always be so. But Daenerys had found a different flame to guide her, one that burned in the hearts of those she had freed. She clasped the eggs to her chest one last time before returning them to their carved chest for safekeeping. Her destiny might be uncertain, but her determination was not. Let the wise masters whisper, let the lords of Westeros ignore her or sneer at her. She had forged a new identity in the fires of adversity, Daenerys Stormborn, breaker of chains. The mother to thousands who needed no dragon's roar to know they had been saved from bondage. Stepping out onto the terrace to greet the dawn, she felt the first rays of sunlight warm her cheeks. The city sprawled beneath her, a realm both liberated and raw, its future unwritten. She would stay for as long as needed until her freedmen were strong enough to stand on their own. One day, perhaps, she would leave Slavers Bay behind. One day, she might sail for the home she had never truly known. But whether or not she crossed the narrow sea, the world would remember Daenerys Targaryen for what she had done here. She had claimed no dragons, yet she had breathed fire enough to topple empires of chains. And that, she thought, was a victory worth living for, worth all the heartbreak of eggs that never hatched, worth the uncertain nights and the countless tears shed. No matter what lay ahead, she would press on, forging a kingdom if need be, forging alliances, forging a future in which no child need fear the lash. She could almost sense the shape of the world shifting around her, like a great door creaking open to new possibilities. If the dragons slept forever in their stone shells, then she would be the fire in the darkness. And if her path led her across the sea, she would bring that fire to the Seven Kingdoms in the name of House Targaryen, even if she arrived with no scaly wings to herald her coming. For now, she was queen of Meereen, of Astapor, of Yunkai, of all the freedmen who called her mother. The day's tasks awaited, endless as the ocean. She descended from the terrace, steps echoing in the corridor. Each footfall felt heavy with responsibility, yet in her heart, a stealing resolve took root. She might never know the crack of dragon eggs, the thunder of wings overhead, but she would know the roar of freed voices raised in triumph. And that, she told herself, could be powerful enough to shake the world. Daenerys Targaryen rose early the next morning when the sky was still painted with the faintest glimmer of purple in the east and the last stars clung to the rim of the world. The great pyramid of Meereen echoed with her footsteps. She had spent another sleepless night staring at the two unhatched dragon eggs, as cold and unresponsive as they had been from the day Illyrio first placed them in her hands. In the torchlight, their scales had glittered with a promise she now knew was false. They were relics, nothing more. And yet, she could not bring herself to part with them. The corridors felt stifling, thick with the scent of old incense and newly spilled blood. Her unsullied guards, still streaked with the grime of battle, stood silent along the walls, spears upright. She was queen in Meereen as she had been in Astapor and Yunkai before it, yet the weight of this triumph pressed on her more heavily than any chain she had broken. She had come so far, from a frightened girl sold to Khal Drogo to a conqueror who had shattered the power of 3 slave cities in a matter of months. But the city sprawled beneath her, tens of thousands of people used to living by the whip or under the lash, and she alone could not transform it overnight. She made her way to a broad balcony high on the pyramid's eastern face. There, the morning air lay cool and still. She breathed in the faint tang of the sea, so distant that only the barest whiff of salt reached her senses. Meereen was massive below, its winding streets already waking. She saw freedmen stirring in the rubble of old fights, men and women picking through scorched timbers to salvage what they could. She saw the labyrinth of rooftops where, no doubt, ex-masters cowered in their homes, resentful and afraid. She saw the harbor in the distance, a cluster of masts and sails bobbing gently in the dawn. And she saw the farmland beyond, an expanse of green and gold dotted with small villages she had yet to bring into the fold. A sound behind her, Ser Jorah Mormont approached, his soft footfalls deliberate. She felt a brief twinge of familiarity. He was her oldest companion here, the one who had guarded her when she was little more than a pawn in her brother's schemes. Now he guarded a queen, yet sometimes she felt like that same uncertain girl, perched on the edge of a future she could not fully grasp. "My queen," he murmured. "You did not rest." She gave him a tired smile. "No, the city does not sleep, Jorah, and I am queen of the sleepless." He inclined his head in sympathy. "Men and women cry out for your judgment. Freedmen and ex-masters alike. You can postpone it a day if you must. The city can wait." She shook her head. "It cannot. It must not. The Freedmen's Council is too new. The old masters fear them, and many freedmen want revenge. If I do not guide them, if I do not stand between them, this city may devour itself." Jorah nodded, his gaze shifting to the horizon. "Shall I summon the council?" "Not yet," she said softly. "Let them gather in the throne room by mid-morning. I need a moment to breathe." He offered a faint smile. "Of course. If you need me, I'll be speaking with the unsullied captains. Some freedmen are trying to occupy the old training pits. Tensions are high." She watched him go. When his footsteps faded, she turned her focus to the silent city below once more. For all its sprawling might, Meereen felt as fragile as any newborn. One slip, one faltering misstep, and the newly freed could be thrust back under tyrants or lost to anarchy. She remembered the day she had marched into Astapor, how certain she had felt that she could change the world overnight by releasing the unsullied from bondage. The reality had been more complicated. And with each new city, the complications grew. She stayed there for some time, letting the rising sun warm her cheeks, then made her way inside. Her personal guard, unsullied, led by Grey Worm, fell into step silently. She glimpsed the scars on their cheeks, the perfect discipline in their strides. Once, they had been the proud property of Astapor's masters. She had turned that mastery to ash. Now they called her their queen by choice, or as close to choice as their training allowed. Grey Worm, as always, was unreadable, his expression calm. Yet she trusted him to carry out her orders without cruelty or hesitation. Downstairs, in the corridors near the throne room, freedmen loitered in anxious clusters. Many wore makeshift tunics or cloaks. A few carried battered spears or hatchets confiscated from the city guard. She caught fragments of their conversations, worries about food distribution, quarrels over old debts, rumors that outside the walls, slave catchers might be stalking the roads. They bowed or lowered their heads when she passed, calling her Mysa, mother. Though she despised the idea of ruling them with fear, she could not escape the truth. They looked to her as more than a queen. They saw her as a deliverer, and deliverers were not supposed to stumble. At last, she reached the great audience chamber. During the rule of Meereen's great masters, it had been a place of lavish ceremonies and triumphal banquets. Columns soared to a vaulted ceiling, painted with leering harpies and monstrous creatures out of Giscari legend. A dais at the far end featured a throne carved from marble and inlaid with gold, shaped in the likeness of an open-mouthed harpy. She had stripped away the harpy iconography she could reach, replacing it with no symbol at all. Some freedmen had asked if she would place her three-headed dragon banner above the throne, but she refused. It felt wrong to overshadow them with Targaryen might when they were forging a new path for themselves. Scribes and guards stood by as she entered. Ser Jorah was already present, along with a handful of freedmen who wore the robes of newly appointed functionaries. He nodded to them, then settled herself on the throne. The seat was cold, still retaining a faint shape of the old harpy's jaws, and she suppressed a shiver. This was not a seat of comfort. The day's petitioners trickled in. First came a freedman named Nazar, complaining that two ex-masters had banded together to seize a storehouse in the eastern quarter. Nazar insisted they had threatened to burn any freedman who opposed them. He trembled as he spoke, clearly torn between fear and fury. Daenerys listened, asked questions. The Freedmen's Council had recognized Nazar as an honest voice in his neighborhood, so his claims carried weight. She ordered a squad of Unsullied to arrest those ex-masters at once, confiscate the storehouse, and distribute its goods to the freedmen who labored in that quarter. If the ex-masters resisted, they would face her justice. Nazar thanked her profusely, calling her mother, tears in his eyes. Next came a group of freedmen demanding the right to punish their former master, a man named Batso, who they said had starved and tortured them for sport. They claimed that with the city's fall, Batso had fled to a hidden estate near Mirine's outskirts, and if they had the authority, they would hunt him down like a dog. Daenerys felt her pulse rise. She hated men who inflicted such cruelty, yet she could not allow mob justice. "We will send the Unsullied to find him," she said. "If the charges prove true, he will stand trial under our new laws. There will be no roadside butchery." She saw how the freedmen seethed, wanting immediate vengeance, but she refused to yield. If she let them butcher every ex-master who had committed atrocities, there would be no line between justice and the cruelty she had come to end. One freedman spat that the old ways could only be countered by blood. She met his gaze, her voice steady. "You are free now," she told him. "Do not wear the shackles of their cruelty yourself." As the day wore on, more petitions arrived. The Freedmen's Council had yet to gain the strength or authority to settle such disputes without her final word, so every problem found its way to Daenerys. She settled quarrels over farmland, authorized funds to repair a collapsed aqueduct, and ordered that the old fighting pits remain closed. She would not condone bloodsport, no matter how it had once been celebrated. Some freedmen tried to persuade her otherwise, claiming they had no other trade but fighting. She took note of their concerns but held her ground. Even without the whips, the city yearned to slip back into old habits. By late afternoon, she felt drained. Her mouth was dry, her head ached from the constant swirl of pleas and accusations. Only when the Freedmen's Council assured her that no further petitioners remained did she allow herself to stand and step away. Ser Jorah followed her out, concern etched across his face. "You must pace yourself," he murmured. "You cannot carry every problem on your shoulders alone." She shook her head. "If I do not, who will? The Freedmen's Council is not yet strong enough. They fear another revolt or some hidden alliance of ex-masters from the countryside. Perhaps we can accelerate the training of freedmen militias," he suggested. "Not just the Unsullied or Sel's words. Arm those you trust to preserve order so that they may protect themselves and you." She weighed his words. The notion of distributing weapons among freedmen had merit, but also risk. A city bristling with untrained men who carried swords could turn into chaos at the slightest provocation. "I'll consider it," she said, pressing 2 fingers to her temple. "Everything is a risk." A hush fell between them. They climbed a winding stair to one of the pyramid's terrace gardens, a place of trickling fountains and overgrown shrubs left untended since the city's fall. Evening had begun to cast amber light across the sky, and the heat of the day was giving way to a more bearable warmth. She leaned against a crumbling stone rail, inhaling the scents of dusty leaves and stagnant water. A pair of freedmen were here, clearing debris at her behest, but they hurriedly bowed when she arrived and withdrew, leaving her and Jorah alone in the hush of the garden. He hesitated, then said quietly, "I have received certain tidings from Westeros." Her heart gave a little jolt. So seldom did real news from across the narrow sea reach her. "Tell me." He folded his arms. "A ship from Pentos docked 2 days ago, carrying travelers who heard rumors abroad. The War of the Five Kings is winding toward new shapes. Robb Stark, the king in the north, was apparently slain at something they call the Red Wedding. The north is in chaos. The Lannisters still hold King's Landing, though some whisper their king is not truly Robert's son. The Tyrells support the Lannisters in exchange for power. Stannis Baratheon stands in the east, at Dragonstone, proclaiming himself rightful king, but he has not the men for a conquest. And the Iron Islands savage the western coasts. The realm bleeds." Her chest tightened. She recalled the long list of names her brother had once spat at her: Lannister, Baratheon, Stark. All enemies if they stood against House Targaryen. And now everything was shifting, battles fought and lost thousands of leagues away. "Does anyone speak of a Targaryen claim?" she asked. He took a breath. "Some. I heard a rumor that a few exiles and lords remember your family. They say if you were to arrive with an army, many might flock to your banner, if only to break the Lannister hold. But it is only rumor, and we have no fleet large enough to cross in force. Not yet." She exhaled slowly, her thoughts spinning back to the 7 kingdoms she had never seen. If she were to sail, she would need 1,000 ships or more, unless she wanted to land with a few hundred men and be crushed by whichever army turned on her first. But how could she build or buy such a fleet while also propping up 3 newly freed cities? "I cannot abandon the freedmen," she murmured. "Not yet." Astapor flounders under plague, Yunkai stumbles, and Meereen teeters on the brink of anarchy. "If I leave them, everything I've done might unravel." He lowered his head. "Yes, my queen, that is the dilemma." A hush settled, broken only by the drip of a fountain in the garden's corner. Daenerys found her gaze drifting to the fading sunlight. Once, she had believed dragons would carry her across the sea, that she would reclaim her birthright with fire made flesh. Now, with those eggs inert, she had forged a new path. But that path chained her here as surely as any collar. "You said the realm bleeds," she said, voice subdued. "I cannot stop that bleeding from across an ocean, not unless I gather the means." Yora did not argue. She knew he felt the same conflict, loyalty to her, and a desire to see her on the Iron Throne, warred with the reality of her obligations in Slaver's Bay. Quietly, he asked if she would like him to leave, to give her some peace. She nodded, grateful for the concern but wanting solitude. He departed, steps echoing, leaving Daenerys alone among the drooping shrubs and the murky fountain. A single torch guttered in an iron sconce on the wall, casting flickers of light. She stood motionless for a long time, remembering how she had once walked into a funeral pyre, believing it would birth magic that would make the world tremble. It had not, or if it had only proven she was difficult to kill. Another test, perhaps, from a universe that gave nothing easily. Eventually, a stirring behind her broke the silence. Grey Worm appeared, saluting in the crisp style of the Unsullied. "My queen," he said quietly, "a messenger awaits you in the grand corridor." Daenerys turned, frowning. "What messenger?" He inclined his head. "A man from the country near Astapor. He says Astapor is fracturing." Her heart sank. She told Grey Worm to bring the messenger in. Minutes later, a gaunt freedman with hollow cheeks and dust-streaked hair was ushered forward, eyes darting nervously between Grey Worm and Daenerys. He knelt, pressing his forehead to the tiles. He smelled of sweat and desperation. When she bade him rise, his voice trembled as he spoke. "Mother," he gasped, "I come from Astapor. A sickness rages there. The Freedmen's Council tries to hold order, but many have died. Some freedmen turn on each other, believing the plague is a curse from the gods. Others say the old masters or mercenaries are rising up. The city begs for your help. People cry out your name, day and night, praying you will return." She felt the blood drain from her face. She had known there were troubles in Astapor, but not to this extent. "How long?" she managed. "How many are lost?" He swallowed. "No one knows. The Freedmen's Council is not strong enough." Some men took up arms, calling themselves the Red Cleavers, saying they would execute any who once held a whip. Others formed gangs to hoard food. A plague spread, men coughing blood, children dying. The Freedmen's Council sent word weeks ago. I was the only one who made it this far. Others fell sick or were slain on the roads. Daenerys' heart pounded with dread. She had left a garrison of Unsullied there, but apparently even they could not calm the chaos of plague, famine, and vengeance. "I see," she said softly. "You have done well bringing this news. You will be cared for here, I promise." The messenger bowed, relief mingling with despair in his eyes. Daenerys asked Grey Worm to see him fed and given a place to rest, carefully separated from others in case he carried the sickness. As the freedmen left, Daenerys felt her stomach coil into knots. How could she govern Meereen, quell Yunkai's unrest, and save Astapor all at once? She summoned Yora, Prendel of Lys, and the Freedmen's Council representatives. Some arrived hurriedly, uncertain of her mood. In the council chamber, a spacious hall near the top of the pyramid, they gathered around a large wooden table. Prendel stood with casual arrogance, arms folded, wearing a newly polished breastplate that he had looted in Yukai. The Freedmen's Council was represented by 5 men and 2 women, each chosen for a combination of literacy, organizational skill, and trustworthiness. Their garments were plain but clean, reflecting a pride in their new positions. All wore anxious expressions. She relayed the messenger's dire words, letting them sink in. A hush followed. One of the freedmen, a woman named Brea, once a slave overseer's accountant, spoke first, her voice laced with concern. Astapor is too far for us to send help easily. The roads are unsafe. If the plague is as deadly as rumored, any party we send might carry it back here. Prendel grunted. A plague in a city turned savage? Best to let it burn itself out. We cannot lose men over a lost cause. Daenerys flashed him a glare. They are not a lost cause. They are my people. Freed by my hand, reliant on my protection. Prendel shrugged. I speak as a Sel's word, my queen. I think of the living, not the dying. But if you insist on saving them, what do you propose? March the entire army back south. Ser Jorah cleared his throat. If we empty Meereen's defenses, we risk leaving the city to another revolt, especially if the ex-masters or discontented freedmen see their chance. We would be chasing crises from city to city without end. Then we split our forces, Daenerys said, trying to maintain composure. Meereen is stable enough for the moment. I can dispatch a portion of the Unsullied to Astapor along with a contingent of healers. We have a few among us with knowledge of remedies or potions. And we can bring food, seeds, anything to help quell the desperation. The Freedmen's Council members exchanged uneasy looks. Brea said, we do not have many healers to spare, nor do we have an abundance of supplies. Meereen's own warehouses are under strain. Daenerys leaned forward, knuckles whitening. We will find what we can spare. If Astapor dies, the plague might spread north anyway. Imagine if caravans carry it to us or to Yukai or beyond. That argument seemed to break some of their resistance. One older freedman, whose name was Kezer, nodded. She speaks true. There is no profit in letting Astapor descend into nightmares that might reach our walls. Prendel folded his arms again. And who leads this rescue mission? I will not send my Sellswords south to die of plague. We fight for gold, not disease. She wanted to snap at him, but controlled herself. I will dispatch the Unsullied, and I will pay any volunteer from the Bright Banners extra coin if they join the escort. Double pay to those willing to risk the journey. He raised an eyebrow. Some might take the offer, but not many. Daenerys turned to Ser Jorah. Will you go? He stiffened. If you command it, yes. But are you certain Meereen won't need me here? She let out a slow breath. He was her most trusted advisor, but that trust might be needed more in Astapor now. I have Grey Worm and a great many Unsullied still. The Freedmen's Council is beginning to find its footing. But if the crisis in Astapor is as dire as we fear, I need someone I trust there, someone who can restore order and ensure the Freedmen's Council in Astapor does not collapse. And I need eyes I can believe, not rumor. He touched his chest. Then I will go. So it was decided. Within 2 days, a column of 300 Unsullied, accompanied by a smattering of volunteer Sellswords and freedmen medics, prepared to depart Meereen, led by Ser Jorah. Daenerys oversaw the outfitting of supply wagons with grain, fresh water, bandages, and herbs. The Freedmen's Council scrounged up every remedy they could find or purchase from local apothecaries. It was not much. Meereen was not known for advanced medicine, but it was a start. On the morning they were to leave, Daenerys walked the line of Unsullied in the Great Pyramid's courtyard. They stood at attention, silent as statues. Jorah waited near the front, a resolute cast to his jaw. She offered him a grim smile. Take care of them, she said quietly, and yourself. He bowed. I will. I'll write as soon as we have any news. And what of Yukai? If trouble brews there again? She swallowed. Then I will handle it. We still have the majority of Unsullied here, and the Freedmen's militia were slowly forming. If you can resolve Astapor's crisis quickly and return, all the better. He touched her hand briefly in a gesture of devotion. Farewell, my queen. She watched them depart down the broad avenue, freedmen lining the route to wave or stare in fear. In that moment, Daenerys felt her isolation more keenly than ever. Jorah had been her advisor from the beginning of the struggle, and now she faced the city's challenges without him. Grey Worm remained, but his counsel was pragmatic and limited by the scope of his training. Prendel was cunning and disloyal at heart, and the Freedmen's Council was too new, too uncertain. Still, she held her head high. She was Daenerys Stormborn, breaker of chains, and she would not allow doubt to consume her. She had no living dragons, but she would make do with the fire in her own spirit. Days passed, turning into weeks. The scorching sun of midsummer rose over Meereen day after day. Daenerys walked the streets when she could, flanked by her guard. She saw freedmen struggling to build new lives, ex-slaves squatting in the shells of old mansions or setting up makeshift stalls in the bazaar. Some displayed genuine hope, forging the first steps toward a real trade economy. Others wore hollow expressions, traumatized by brutality, uncertain how to move beyond it. At times, freedmen recognized her, kneeling in thanks or showering her with blessings. Yet many problems remained unsolved. A wave of minor crimes swept the outer neighborhoods, from petty theft to violent altercations, as freedmen clashed with each other over resources. The Freedmen's Council tried to impose laws: no murder, no theft, no forced labor, and the unsullied enforced them, but the city was vast, and no one was accustomed to real justice. At the same time, rumors spread that some ex-masters had begun congregating in secret, calling themselves the Sons of the Harpy. Daenerys heard whisperings of masked men who scrawled harpy symbols in alleyways, who murdered freedmen at night and vanished. Bodies appeared in the gloom before dawn, throats cut. Fear took root in Meereen again, a creeping dread that slavery might return in another guise. Daenerys responded by ordering more patrols, offering bounties for information leading to the Sons of the Harpy. She had no illusions it would be simple. Each time her unsullied or freedman militia captured a suspect, the man turned out to be some lowly functionary or day laborer who claimed ignorance. The real architects of the violence remained hidden, orchestrating murder from the shadows. She dreaded that the Sons of the Harpy might become a disease as insidious as the plague in Astapor, though slower in its spread. In the midst of these troubles, she sought moments of solace. Occasionally, she retreated to her private chambers, where the 2 remaining eggs lay wrapped in cloth. She would run her fingers over their cold surfaces and feel a pang of loss, remembering the first time she had laid eyes on them in Pentos. She had believed they were destined to hatch, to bring forth living dragons that would sweep her across the sea. Now, after all her trials, she had begun to see them as relics of a heritage she must carry by herself. Late one evening, after a harrowing day in which 6 freedmen were found butchered in an alley, each with a harpy symbol carved into their chests, she summoned Prendel to her council chamber. She did not trust him, but the cell's words could be useful if she needed to flush out conspirators. He arrived with his usual swagger, wearing a half-smirk that never quite reached his eyes. "My queen," he said, exaggerating the bow. "Such a grim summons." She leaned on the table, letting none of her exhaustion show. "Your bright banners have prowled these streets for weeks. Have you caught no whisper of the Sons of the Harpy? No rumor of who leads them?" He shrugged. "We hear plenty of rumors. Some say the old families gather in hidden cellars, plotting your death. Some say they meet in the catacombs beneath the pyramid. Others claim they sail out of the harbor each night to worship the demon in a secret cove." He let out a low chuckle. "Half of it is nonsense." She kept her expression neutral. "And the other half?" He paused, then spoke more seriously. "I suspect you have a core of ex-masters, men or women of wealth, who funnel coin to desperate or fanatical underlings. They hire killers to strike at freedmen, sow terror, and hope it undermines you. My men have found no single nest. They vanish as soon as we think we're close. If you want my honest opinion, you must start at the top. Root out any wealthy families who still hide fortunes in their mansions. Confiscate that wealth. Haul them all in for interrogation if you must." She grimaced. That sort of widespread crackdown could easily become monstrous, punishing the innocent alongside the guilty. "I will not let Meereen descend into a reign of terror. I freed these people. I am not here to be their tyrant." He spread his hands. "Your choice. But every day you wait, more freedmen turn up with slashed throats. You know how rebellions go, my queen. Snuff them out quickly or lose your grip." She glared at him, a retort on her tongue, but swallowed it. There was truth there, though couched in callous words. "I will see what the Freedmen's Council says," she manna. "Ged, but do not bring me half-cocked solutions that end in needless bloodshed, or I will question where your loyalty truly lies." He smirked. "My loyalty lies in coin, as you well know." She dismissed him, feeling a throb of anger in her temples. Was this what she had traded for when she gave up one of her eggs to secure Sel's words all those moons ago, a pack of men loyal only to their purses, urging her toward heavier-handed measures each time a crisis arose? Yet, ironically, she needed them. The Unsullied alone were not enough to patrol every corner of Meereen, let alone maintain control if the city rose against her. The Freedmen's Council was learning to manage civil affairs, but few of its members had any skill at hunting clandestine killers. That night, she tried to sleep, but her mind churned. She pictured Astapor in ruin, Yora valiantly trying to quell plague and infighting. She pictured Yukai, half stabilized, half tottering. And she pictured Myrine roiling with masked murderers in the dark. She felt no closer to Westeros than when she had first claimed Astapor, and she had no dragons to burn away her enemies with a single roar. Her eyes drifted shut only at the darkest hour, haunted by the fear that everything might collapse before dawn. She woke to urgent knocking at her chamber doors. Rubbing her eyes, she rose and admitted Grey Worm, who reported grimly that the Sons of the Harpy had struck again, 2 freedmen patrollers dead in a side street near the old slave markets. They were gutted, left to bleed, and the Harpy symbol was splashed on a wall with their blood. Fury burned in Daenerys' chest. If she let this go unpunished, how long before freedmen turned on her, accusing her of failing to protect them? She dressed hurriedly and went to the scene with a squad of Unsullied. Dawn had barely touched the sky, so the street was still draped in gloom. One freedman corpse lay sprawled, eyes open in horror. The other was half hidden by a broken crate. The stench of blood and human waste filled her nose. Freedmen onlookers gathered fearfully at a distance, muttering curses and prayers. Daenerys forced herself not to reel at the sight. She had seen death before, and yet each senseless killing still churned her stomach. Her Unsullied scoured the area for clues. They found footprints, likely from multiple attackers, leading to a tangle of alleyways behind the old slaver pens. A local freedman insisted he had heard voices in the night, shouts, then saw figures wearing golden masks slip away toward a walled courtyard. By the time the freedmen ventured out, the patrollers were dead and the killers gone. "What is that courtyard?" Daenerys demanded. He said it was part of a decaying estate once owned by House Paul, a venerable Myrinese family. The freedman trembled as he spoke, as if expecting punishment for even mentioning the old masters. Daenerys wasted no time. She ordered the Unsullied to surround the courtyard immediately. Word passed quickly through the ranks, and within an hour, Grey Worm had positioned a cordon of spearmen around the estate walls. She watched from atop her mare, a tense coil in her belly. The walled courtyard was sealed by a pair of tall iron gates, scrolled with rusting patterns of harpies. Weeds sprouted in the cracks of the walls. If any conspirators lurked inside, they must know they were surrounded by now. Grey Worm called out for them to open in the name of Daenerys Targaryen. First, no answer came. Then, with an echoing groan, the gates swung inward. A wizened man in threadbare finery shuffled out, hands raised in supplication. He bowed deeply. "My queen," he quavered. "We have nothing to hide. House Paul's estate stands empty but for a few servants." Daenerys dismounted, striding forward. "We have reason to believe the Sons of the Harpy fled here last night. Stand aside." She gestured for Grey Worm to lead a search team into the courtyard. The old man did not protest, only wrung his hands, protesting that they were loyal freedmen, occupying the estate for want of shelter. Daenerys followed the Unsullied inside. The courtyard was overgrown with vines and scattered debris. A fouled fountain stood in the center, cracked and dry. Grey Worm split his team, sending half to search the interior halls, half to comb the gardens. Daenerys paced the courtyard, watching each door, each shadow. One freedman woman scurried out with 2 children, both looking terrified. They kneeled at Daenerys' feet, begging not to be harmed. She told them to stand, that no harm would come to innocents. After a tense quarter hour, one of the Unsullied reemerged from a side corridor. "Captain," he called to Grey Worm, "there is blood here." Daenerys rushed after him, Grey Worm at her side. They found a small storage room, the floor streaked with fresh red stains. A pile of discarded cloth lay in a corner, all of it soaked. It might have been used to wipe weapons, or so the Unsullied suspected. An open window high on the wall suggested a route of escape. Daenerys' heart pounded. They were close. She ordered a thorough search of every corridor and chamber. Moments later, a startled shout echoed from a dark hallway. Daenerys and Grey Worm followed the sound, arriving just in time to see 2 Unsullied wrestling a wiry man to the ground. He wore a scrap of cloth over his face, and though he lacked the golden mask, he reeked of fear and sweat. He fought like a cornered rat until a spear but slammed into his gut, winding him. The Unsullied wrenched his arms behind him. Daenerys approached, breathing hard. She tore the rag from his face. He was young, no more than 20. "Name yourself," she demanded. He spat at her feet, defiant despite the blood trickling from his lip. One of the Unsullied struck him again, but Daenerys raised a hand to stop them. "We found you near fresh blood," she said. "We know you're part of the Sons of the Harpy. Speak, and your punishment may be less severe." He glared unyielding. She could see the hatred in his eyes, hatred for her, for the freedmen, for all that had overturned Myreen's old ways. "We will tear your freedmen apart," he snarled in Giscari Valyrian. "The city will bleed until you leave." Daenerys felt a surge of cold fury. She leaned closer, letting him see the steel in her eyes. "You have confessed enough. Where are your masters?" He bared his teeth. "Kill me. Others will rise." She stared at him in silence. She thought of how Prendel had warned her that a rebellion, if not crushed swiftly, would fester. But how to end it without becoming the monster she despised? If she made an example of this young man, would it deter others or inflame them further? At length, she took a step back. "Lock him in the dungeons under the pyramid," she told Grey Worm. "We will question him further. If he prefers death, he may find it in time." Grey Worm's men dragged the prisoner away. Daenerys surveyed the room, the spatter of blood, the stink of rotted furnishings. It felt as though the entire city were rotting beneath a veneer of freedom. She clenched her fists. Perhaps a show of force, a demonstration that the old order would never return, was truly necessary. But she remembered the freedmen's wariness, how they had fled the tyranny of whips. If she took extreme measures, rounding up every ex-master, punishing them collectively, she might recreate the same terror she had sworn to overthrow. They found no other Sons of the Harpy on the premises. The old man in tattered finery and the freedman woman with her children claimed they knew nothing. Daenerys questioned them herself, searching their eyes for deceit. They seemed genuinely terrified, uncertain how or when the masked men had arrived. In the end, she left a small garrison of Unsullied at the estate, warning that any sign of further conspiracy would be met with immediate arrest. Then she departed, a dull headache throbbing behind her eyes. In the following days, she wrestled with the city's demands. Freedmen pressed for swift vengeance against any suspected collaborators. Some claimed that entire noble houses must be extinguished to break the Sons of the Harpy. Others insisted that any mass punishment would cause more unrest. Meanwhile, reports from Yukai arrived, indicating a new wave of sabotage from ex-masters there, forcing her local freedmen council to impose strict curfews. She had no news yet from Ser Jorah about Astapor, and her worry gnawed at her. Had the plague consumed the city? Had he fallen ill? One sweltering afternoon, as she tried to concentrate on drafting instructions for the freedmen's militia, a messenger arrived, this time from the Lazarene border region, far to the south, near the territory once prowled by the Dothraki. The Lazarene were a peaceful people known for worshipping the Great Shepherd, for their docile ways, for their sheep and farmland. The messenger was a woman in a dusty cloak, a Lazarene pilgrim who had traveled all the way to Myreen with alarming tidings. A Khalasar was raiding along the border, capturing Lazarene and carrying them off as prizes. Daenerys listened in horror. She remembered how her own Khalasar, under Khal Drogo, had once raided the Lazarene. She had stood helpless as warriors pillaged the Lamb men. To know it was happening again only fed her frustration. She had once dreamed of uniting the Dothraki behind her, but her small band of Dothraki in Myreen was too few to challenge an entire Khal. Now some new Khalasar threatened the Lazarene, who were no less deserving of freedom than the slaves she had liberated. "How large is this Khalasar?" Daenerys asked the pilgrim. The woman's voice shook. "We do not know, hundreds, perhaps 1,000 riders. They struck one village, carried away women, killed the men who fought back." Daenerys glanced at Grey Worm and the Freedmen's Council delegates who stood by, grave-faced. "If I had enough men, I would ride against them," she said. "But I cannot leave Myreen in its current state." The pilgrim bowed. "Please, they pray for you, Dragon Queen. They say you ended slavery in these lands. They beg you to protect them." Dragon Queen, Daenerys thought, trying not to let the irony sting. No dragons answered her call. She had an army, but that army was already stretched thin. If she dispatched another large force to the Lazarene border, the Sons of the Harpy might exploit the weakness and tear Myreen apart. And what if the Khalasar simply rode away into the plains, evading her? The Dothraki were experts at open-field warfare. At length, she promised to send a small contingent of Unsullied to the border with instructions to defend any Lazarene settlements they found. "I cannot spare more," she said, hating the words on her tongue. "But I will do what I can." The pilgrim thanked her fervently, yet Daenerys saw tears in her eyes, as if she knew how little help it might be. Another crisis, another source of guilt. She watched the pilgrim depart, feeling more shackled than she had ever felt as a slave. For all her titles, queen, breaker of chains, she was only one woman, ruling a region of chaos. The Freedmen's Council did its best, but they were novices at governance. Prendel and his mercenaries were loyal to gold, not her cause. The unsullied, disciplined, and deadly could not be in three places at once. As the sun sank below the city walls that evening, Daenerys retreated to her chambers, the two unhatched eggs a silent reminder of dreams foregone. Sometimes she wondered if the day she had walked into that pyre, losing her unborn child, her husband, and her illusions, had cursed her to a life of striving without ever reaching the peace or the power she needed. She found herself stroking the mottled shell of one egg, the way a mother might soothe a sleeping infant. Tears pricked her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. A knock on her door. She set the egg aside, rose, and composed herself. "Come." Grey Worm entered, saluting. "We have found 2 more sons of the Harpy, my queen, or men who we believe to be so." Her heart lurched. "Where?" "In a cellar near the old gladiatorial pit. Freedmen militia discovered them during a routine patrol. They had masks, weapons, and a list of freedmen names." "Alive?" He nodded. "Yes, for now. They claim to be ex-slaves forced into these acts by an unknown master, but the militia found golden harpy masks in their possession." She pressed her lips together. "Bring them to the dungeons. I will question them personally." That night, by torchlight, she descended the winding steps to the damp, torchlit cells beneath the pyramid. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, fear, and mold. 2 men waited behind iron bars, battered from a malicious scuffle. One was older, with a heavily scarred face. The other was younger, trembling in the corner. Both wore tattered clothes. Daenerys had Grey Worm and 2 freedmen guards at her back. She had the cell door unlocked and stepped inside, crossing her arms. "So," she said, "the sons of the Harpy hide behind golden masks and murder freedmen. You have the masks, you have the weapons, and you have a list of targets. Do you deny it?" The older man spat, though it landed at his own feet. "Yes, I deny it," he growled in the local Valyrian dialect. "We were told to keep those items, to hide them for a friend. We had no choice." "A friend?" Daenerys echoed, her tone dripping skepticism. "Name him." He glowered. "I do not know his name. They threaten our families. We only did as we were told." Daenerys studied him. She could see the fear in his eyes, mingled with defiance. Perhaps they truly were tools of a more powerful faction, forced to do vile deeds. Or perhaps they were lying to save themselves. The younger man huddled against the wall, tears welling up, muttering pleas in half a dozen languages. If they had been forced into complicity, it did not exonerate the killings. She drew a slow breath. "Speak truth and you may yet live. Who gave you the list? How did you receive your orders?" They claimed a hooded figure met them in the night, provided coins, threatened to harm their loved ones if they disobeyed. The older man said he never saw his face. The younger one confirmed in sobs, speaking of a small room near the fish market where he would find instructions. But no names, no certain detail. Her anger rose. "Is that all? Hooded figures, threats, coins? If I thought it a lie, you would be dead already." The older man's voice dropped, trembling now. "I do not know more. Kill me if you wish. Better a clean death than to see my daughter cut to pieces by these masked devils." Daenerys stared at him, feeling her fury waver. He might be telling the truth. The sons of the Harpy could be blackmailing ex-slaves as well as ex-masters, a monstrous web of intimidation. Punishing these 2 men might accomplish nothing but add to the city's dread. Yet letting them go unpunished could signal weakness. She stepped back, nodding for the guards to haul them to their feet. "Separate them," she ordered quietly. "Put them in different cells. Question them further. If there's even a shred of contradiction in their stories, they lose their heads." If they prove consistent, we will decide what mercy they deserve." Grey Worm nodded, beckoning the freedmen guards. They dragged the prisoners away. Daenerys stood in the torchlight, her heart pounding. The conspiracy ran deeper than she had imagined, leaving her grasping at shadows. She felt the weight of it all pressing on her chest, a suffocating sense that she could not maintain control forever. In the days that followed, the Freedmen's Council tried to soothe the city while Daenerys increased patrols and offered a ransom for reliable information. Still, the murders continued, less frequent but no less brutal. Some freedmen started forming vigilante gangs, threatening to kill any ex-master in sight. Daenerys had to send the Unsullied to disband these mobs, sparking resentment among freedmen who thought she was defending their tormentors. She wondered how much longer she could manage this delicate balancing act. At last, a ray of hope arrived, a letter bearing Jorah Mormont's seal. The rider who brought it was exhausted from the journey north. Daenerys practically snatched it from his hands, hastening to her private quarters to read. She recognized Jorah's uneven script. "My queen, I write from Astapor, where the plague has loosened its grip but not released it. We have organized quarantines under the Freedmen's Council. Many have died, but the survivors cling to hope in your name. Some old masters tried to retake the city, but my Unsullied swiftly put them down. Order remains tenuous but improving. The Red Cleavers, who threatened to kill all ex-masters, have scattered. We discovered they were funded by an unknown sponsor from outside the city, possibly the same slavers who prowl our region. I suspect outside forces stoke these fires, eager to see your freedman realm collapse. Be vigilant in Yunkai and Meereen. Enclosed is a letter from the Freedmen's Council here, addressed to you. They thank you for sending aid. I will remain until I am certain the city can stand without me. I await your further instructions. Yours in service, Ser Jorah Mormont." She exhaled, relief warring with worry. At least Astapor had not fallen completely. But Jorah's hint of outside agitators was ominous. Slaver powers from beyond might well be conspiring to sabotage her freedmen cities. The men who thrived on the slave trade had everything to lose if Daenerys' new order endured. Could the Sons of the Harpy be part of such a conspiracy, fueled by both local ex-masters and foreign gold? The thought chilled her. She penned a swift reply, thanking Jorah, urging him to remain until Astapor was stable, and cautioning him to watch for infiltrators. She also updated him on Meereen's troubles, though she spared some of the bleak details, not wanting him to abandon Astapor prematurely. If all three cities managed to regain some measure of stability, perhaps she could then set her sights on forging alliances in the wider world. Maybe even building the fleet she so desperately needed for Westeros. But that dream remained distant, overshadowed by the daily struggle for survival here. Weeks melted into months. The scorching summer in Meereen gave way to an autumn so mild that one could barely sense the change. Freedmen labored in the fields, trying to bring in harvests that might feed the swelling population. Many freed slaves from the countryside flocked to the city, seeking safety or the Queen's justice, only to find overcrowded districts and limited resources. Daenerys tried to sponsor the building of new housing, but the city's budget was strained. The Freedmen's Council taxed former master families heavily, sparking further resentment. Rumors of the Sons of the Harpy flared each time a freedman turned up dead or disappeared. She did manage a few small victories. Her freedman militia grew more organized, training alongside the Unsullied in basic drills. Some freedmen showed aptitude for leadership, and she elevated them to positions of command in their neighborhoods, forging trust. A new network of watch stations rose in the city's major districts, deterring random violence. Prendel Sellswords, for all their cynicism, occasionally caught wind of conspiracies and shared that intel, for a price. She built up a small treasury by taxing trade caravans that passed through Meereen's gates, though the caravans were fewer than before, thanks to the city's reputation for turmoil. Then word came from Yunkai that a riot had broken out, spurred by a rumor that Daenerys was dead or gone. The Freedmen's Council Elder had put it down, but the letter ended with a plea for her presence, or at least more Unsullied. She shook her head, heartsick. She had none to spare. One evening, as she combed through a stack of petitions in her private chamber, Grey Worm arrived with a strange message. A woman waits in the reception hall. She claims to be from Westeros. She says she brings counsel on your cause. Daenerys looked up, brows knitted. A Westerosi woman? Not a spy for the Lannisters, I hope. She traveled with a small caravan from Pentos, Grey Worm said. I do not know more. Intrigued and wary, Daenerys set aside the petitions and followed Grey Worm to the reception hall. There, a slight figure in a long cloak stood near a pillar, face partially in shadow. When Daenerys approached, the woman doffed her hood, revealing a pale face, light brown hair shot through with strands of gray, and sharp, assessing eyes. "I am Tanda of House Sari," she said, her accent indeed Westerosi but of a southwestern tilt that Daenerys didn't immediately recognize. "Though my house is small and my fortune's smaller, I've come a long way to find you, my queen, if queen you are." Daenerys lifted her chin. "I am Daenerys Storeborn of House Targaryen. It is no secret that I claim to be a queen." She studied this Tanda Sari. "What brings you to Meereen?" The woman gave a guarded smile. "I once served at Highgarden as a distant retainer to the Tyrells, but left when the wars began. All the talk of kings and battles disgusted me. When I heard rumors that a Targaryen had seized cities across the sea, freeing slaves, I thought it might be rumor or fantasy. I came to see if it was true and if there was a place for me in such a realm." Daenerys frowned. She was used to exiles from Westeros seeking her out for advantage, but seldom a lone retainer of a lesser house. "What could you possibly offer me?" Tanda's gaze flicked around the hall. "I have traveled widely. I have connections among Pentoshi merchant fleets. The sort of fleets you might require if you ever dream of crossing the narrow sea. Word is you have no dragons, no sponsor in Westeros, and only these freedmen cities to call your own. If you seek a foothold in the Stepstones or on the shores of Dorne, you will need ships, skilled navigators, and allies in the free cities." Daenerys studied her carefully, unsure if Tanda Sari might be working for a hidden agenda. "And in return for these connections, what do you want?" Tanda's eyes lit with something like hope. "A place in your court, a modest share of the spoils if you ever conquer Westeros. A chance to prove my loyalty and skill. My house is small, as I said, and has lost much in the wars. I have no illusions of becoming some great lady. But I see you forging a new path, and I would be part of it. The lords of Westeros only know how to slaughter each other. Perhaps a Targaryen queen can do better." Daenerys felt a flicker of possibility. "You're bold to assume that. But if you're sincere, show me your worth here in Meereen. If you can help me secure merchant support or quell my local crises, then I'll consider rewarding you." Tanda dipped her head. "Thank you, my queen. I will do what I can." In the days that followed, Tanda Sari made herself useful advising the Freedmen's Council on trade negotiations with passing Pentoshi and Myrish merchants. She spoke the common tongue, but also possessed a working knowledge of the local Valyrian dialect, enough to bargain effectively. She spent hours in the harbor chatting with captains, gleaning scraps of intelligence about prospective shipping routes or potential allies. Daenerys watched from a distance, measured in her trust, but gradually realized that Tanda was canny. She had no illusions that a single woman could solve all of Meereen's problems, but at least she was a link to the wider world that did not revolve around slaves or sellswords. Time marched onward, and Daenerys' hopes rose and fell like tides. She received another letter from Yora in Astapor saying the plague continued to subside and that he had begun rebuilding the Freedmen's Council there with some success. Yet he warned again of shadowy influences at work, paying off local troublemakers. Meanwhile, small but persistent attacks flared near Yukai. From Meereen's perspective, the best news was that the murders by the Sons of the Harpy had grown less frequent, though whether that was due to her vigilance or to the conspirators lying low, she could not say. One night, a messenger raced into the city under cover of darkness, frantic to find Daenerys at the pyramid. He bore tidings from Yukai, a large Cells word company. The Stormcrows had been hired by an unknown patron to destabilize the freedmen's rule. Yukai's council pleaded for immediate reinforcement. Weariness pressed on Daenerys anew. Each city cried out for her presence, for more soldiers, for more gold. Meanwhile, the freedmen in Meereen demanded she remain there to preserve the precarious calm. Could she risk traveling to Yukai in person, leaving Meereen to the Sons of the Harpy? If she stayed, Yukai might fall to the Stormcrows, who were rumored to be a savage band 2,000 strong. She considered sending Prendel and the Bright Banners, but she mistrusted him enough to wonder if he might switch sides if offered more gold by her enemies. The Unsullied in Meereen were numerous, but removing a large contingent might invite further unrest here. In that crisis, Tanda Sari made an unexpected suggestion: invite the Stormcrows captain to parley before they reach Yukai. Offers can be made, deals struck. Sometimes, the best way to break a contract is to offer a sweeter one. Daenerys at first bristled at the idea of buying off every Cells word who threatened her freedmen. Yet she remembered how she had originally gained the Bright Banners. Gold, or the promise of it, often swayed mercenaries. That might work, she conceded, but it sets a poor precedent, paying off each new threat. War is sometimes fought with coin as well as swords, Tanda said gently. If the Stormcrows bring chaos, you risk losing Yukai altogether. So Daenerys wrote a careful letter addressed to the Stormcrows commander. She offered them double whatever the Yukai conspirators promised, plus a seat at her table if they genuinely joined her cause. She stressed that she had wealth from 3 cities, that a Targaryen queen was not a foe to lightly spurn. Then she dispatched a swift rider southward, praying the message would reach the Stormcrows before a major battle erupted. While awaiting a reply, she walked Mirian's streets more often, determined to show the people she was not cowering in her pyramid. She visited markets, forging connections with freedmen vendors, seeing new crafts and small industries emerging: pottery, textiles, baked goods. It gave her a sliver of hope that the city might find a sustainable future if left in relative peace. When freedmen knelt, calling her Misa, she offered them a smile, though inside she felt the burden of their faith in her. She also strolled through the harbor with Tanda Sari, discussing trade routes. A handful of Pentoshi galleys arrived, carrying goods that once traveled to the old masters. Now, the Freedmen's Council negotiated fair deals. Tanda believed they could expand trade if they built proper wharves and lighthouses, maybe even dredged the harbor's shallows. Such projects would cost a fortune. Daenerys put it on the growing list of tasks for which she had no immediate funds. Then, late one afternoon, a horn sounded at the western gate. Daenerys hurried to the walls, Grey Worm in tow, to find a band of travelers requesting entrance. At their head was a tall, broad-shouldered man on a sturdy horse, clad in worn leathers. His armor bore the insignia of a crow perched on a stylized thunderbolt, the Stormcrow's sigil. Had her letter reached them so soon? She gave the order to open the gate. The travelers, perhaps 50 of them, rode in, dusty and sunburned. The tall man swung down from his saddle and approached on foot. He had salt and pepper hair, a scar across one cheek, and a brash grin that showed uneven teeth. Behind him, a woman in mail and a second man in battered plate eyed the unsullied warily. The tall man bowed, not deeply, but politely enough. Daenerys Targaryen? I am Dario Naharis, captain of the Stormcrows. I received your intriguing letter. She studied him, wondering if his grin was mocking or genuine. I see you did not bring your entire company. He smiled again. I came with an advance group to see if your offer is real. My men are camped a day's ride south, uncertain whether to fight the freedmen of Yukai or accept your invitation to switch sides. War is costly. So is betrayal. We prefer profit, and if you truly have gold and are half as glorious as rumor says, well, I'd rather fight for a queen than for craven slavers. She stared him down, trying to gauge his sincerity. Dario Naharis was known in rumor to be mercurial, flamboyant, and dangerously effective with a blade. So you have no qualms about changing your contract? He shrugged. None at all. The Yunkish we dealt with gave us a third of our fee up front, but promised the rest only after the freedmen were subdued. Then we heard that the freedmen have you behind them and that you have 3 cities' coffers. I'm not a fool, and I never cared much for slavers anyway. She did not miss the irony. Her initial contract with the Bright Banners had come at a steep cost, one of her dragon eggs. Now she had 2 left. No, she would not part with another. But she could offer gold from the old master's seized vaults, plus the promise of a share in future spoils. The question was whether that would suffice. She led him and his retinue to a courtyard near the pyramid where freedmen's servants offered them water and fruit. Dario lounged on a bench as if he owned it, describing how the Stormcrows numbered around 2,000 riders. He rattled off their conquests from Pentos to Mir, boasting of cunning victories. Daenerys listened, unimpressed by theatrics, but keenly aware that 2,000 trained riders could tip the balance if Yunkai's freedmen faced a real army. At length, she said, "You want gold? I can give you coin from the old master's vaults, enough to match what Yukai offered and more. But I demand absolute loyalty. If I learn you have turned cloak yet again, you will find no mercy in Meereen." Dario placed a hand over his heart. "You have my word, my queen. If your offer is genuine, the Stormcrows will serve you until such time as you release us from our contract. We will fight your enemies anywhere in Essos or beyond. We only ask for fair payment and a share of spoils." She studied his face, searching for duplicity. She saw only a flamboyant confidence, the easy charm of a sellsword who believed in his own luck. "Fine," she said. "I will have Tanda Sari draft the terms. Once signed, you will ride south and cease all hostilities against Yukai, ensuring the Freedmen's Council there is safe. Then you will place your men at my disposal to be stationed where I see fit." He bowed again, that crooked smile never wavering. "You will find we Stormcrows are quite reliable once we have cause." And so another bargain was struck. Daenerys parted with a considerable hoard of coin, painfully aware that she had once again purchased the loyalty of men who might well turn on her if a fatter purse appeared. Still, it was better than letting them tear Yukai apart. Dario's scouts carried word to the main host, and within days, the Stormcrows marched to Yukai not as conquerors but as allies to the freedmen. Daenerys received anxious letters from Yunkai's council, uncertain how to treat these new arrivals until her official messenger arrived. But soon, the freedmen reported that the Stormcrows kept the peace, chasing off smaller bands of saboteurs. For the moment, Yukai was spared a bloody conflict. As the city exhaled in cautious relief, Daenerys wondered what new crisis would arise next. Each solution seemed temporary, a patch on a leaky ship. She wrote again to Yora, updating him, though weeks might pass before his reply. Tanda Seri's presence helped manage relations with mercenaries, and Grey Worm's leadership kept daily order in Meereen. Prendel of the Bright Banners seemed disconcerted by the arrival of another Cell's Word company in Daenerys's orbit. Perhaps he worried she would pit them against each other if either turned traitor. Meanwhile, the Sons of the Harpy had not vanished, though attacks were fewer. Daenerys suspected they were lying in wait or perhaps searching for outside funding themselves. She refused to relent, continuing to strengthen freedmen patrols, offering small rewards for tips and placing watchers in the mansions of ex-master families. Some freedmen whispered that she was turning into a tyrant, but others praised her for showing resolve. She knew only that each day tested her resolve anew. So it went. The months wore on, each morning bringing fresh demands, each night offering her only restless dreams of lost dragons and distant thrones. Her eggs remained cold stones in her chest of memories, the symbols of what might have been. Her claim to the Iron Throne lay across the sea in a land battered by wars among Baratheons, Lannisters, Tyrells, and Starks, while she built a realm of freedmen who loved her, feared her, sometimes both. She had no illusions that the road ahead would be smooth. Yukai might erupt again, Astapor might relapse, Meereen might never truly purge itself of Harpy worshippers. But she could not turn away. She was, in truth, chained to the cause she had chosen. And yet, despite the endless challenges, she felt a measure of pride. The freedmen looked to her as the mother who had delivered them from bondage. They were forging new lives, albeit slowly, in the rubble of old cruelty. Perhaps that was worth more than any crown in a foreign land. If she could usher these people into a future without chains, if she could transform Slaver's Bay into a free realm, then maybe when she did finally set sail for Westeros, she would arrive as a true queen, proven in the fires of adversity. She might never see real dragons hatch from those petrified eggs. She might never wield living fire as her ancestors had. But she had discovered another kind of flame, the burning will to break chains and protect the helpless. That was the fire that sustained her now. And though the path was fraught with peril, she would walk it to the end, no matter how many storms assailed her shores. Weeks later, on a still evening, she stood at the top of the Great Pyramid, gazing at the Harpy statue she had torn down long ago, now replaced by no symbol at all. The city lights glimmered below, and a breeze carried the smell of spice and sea salt. She clutched one of her remaining eggs in her arms, feeling the weight of it. Stone, unmoving, but shaped by Valyrian hands centuries ago. A relic. She brushed her thumb over a ridged scale. "I have no dragons," she whispered, "but I have a cause." Wind stirred her silver gold hair. In the hush of night, she heard distant singing. Freedmen in the streets celebrating a feast day they had invented to honor freedom. The sound was haunting and lovely, drifting upward. She closed her eyes, letting their voices fill the emptiness in her heart. She was not alone. She was never alone, for she carried these people's hopes and fears alongside her own. "Dracarys," she murmured once, echoing a word Viserys had taught her in childhood, meaning dragonfire. The egg did not stir, but in her mind's eye, she saw the flames that had once kissed her flesh in Khal Drogo's pyre. The moment she believed a miracle might happen. It had not, but perhaps the miracle was that she still lived, still fought, still carried a spark of life that refused to be extinguished. So she remained, Daenerys Stormborn, queen without dragons, forging a new world with all the strength she could muster. Let the lords of Westeros fight over an empty throne. Let the slavers conspire and sabotage. She would endure. She would guide her freedmen, holding her ground against every threat that rose. And one day, if fate allowed, she might cross that sea and reclaim the seat her forebears had built. Until then, she would rule here, a breaker of chains who carried on her shoulders the weight of a future she alone had dared to shape.